They're worried very much about their restive Kurdish population, so they've made it very clear they don't want a Kurdish state in northern Iraq, an independent Kurdish state. Mosul, another problem because it's a largely Arab Sunni city, and their opposition would certainly be intense if columns of Kurdish fighters were to enter the city. Aaron?
Ben, thank you. Ben Wiedemann in northern Iraq. General Clark, how different that would all look had the Turkish parliament made a decision that was different from the one it made.
That's exactly right. And now we have to recognize, Aaron, that the special forces and maybe that assault from the 173rd that took the airstrip are not to be seen purely in the military context, but in the political context, to keep the Turks out, to keep the Kurds busy, to put a little distraction in there, and to show U.S. engagement in the north.
I'll make sure I understand what you just said. They're there to show the Kurds that the Americans care?
Both care and can deter any preemptory Kurdish moves to declare an independent state, to seize the oil fields, or to go too far in fractionating Iraq.
So they're sending a message. They want to control them without being very heavy-handed about it.
It's U.S. engagement.
I'll take that as a yes. Thank you, General. Take a break. I'll give you the headlines of the day, and our coverage continues in a moment.
All right, class, settle down. How about your mom?
My mom probably makes a gazillion calls a month.
Put that under a lot.
Half your parents use the phone a lot, and the other half a little.
Perfect, because 10-10-220 is great whether you call a little or a lot.
If my dad's gonna use it, it better be cheap. It is 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
So it is cheap.
Even if you don't make that many calls.
So where's the eraser?
Beats me.
Dial 10-10-220, then 1 and the number.
Finger and toe area fungal infections require strong medicine. As a pharmacist, I recommend Fungicure.
Fungicure liquid eliminates fungus around nails with powerful antifungal medicine. Just brush it on. It's clear and dries in a snap. Fungicure, the finger and toe fungi specialist.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, FedEx guy.
Let's get to work.
So it can store up to 1,000 addresses. It lets you print labels and find a drop box. It can email you when the package has been delivered and more. FedEx.com is just like having your own FedEx guy.
Hey.
Yeah?
Kind of freaked me out, man.
The race to Baghdad is on.
Convoys, though, did not stop. That is not their purpose here.
This now becomes a high-risk and difficult military operation.
All of this is happening in real time.
Hello, I'm Frederica Whitfield. Here are the headlines at this hour. The U.S. military says it may have taken out Saddam Hussein and his sons when it dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on a residential building. U.S. officials say coalition planes dropped the satellite-guided bombs in Baghdad's Mansour neighborhood based on intelligence information placing Saddam and other senior officials there. It is not yet known if Saddam Hussein or his 2 sons were in fact in the building at the time of the attack. Some Iraqis told CNN civilians were killed in that attack. U.S. sources say it could take some time before they know exactly who was killed. U.S. troops found suspicious substances at a complex in central Iraq. The materials were uncovered at an agricultural complex near Karbala, and they were field tested. They came up positive for nerve and blister agents. Brigadier General Benjamin Franklin of the 101st Airborne says it's still possible the materials may be pesticides. Further testing in the U.S. is forthcoming. U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the Iraqi people will choose their next leaders. But in the interim, retired General Jay Garner will head up a civilian administration to help with the transition. Garner had the task of protecting Kurdish refugees after the first Gulf War. In other news, another defendant accused of attending an al-Qaeda training camp is expected to plead guilty. Prosecutors say Sahim Alwan will be the 4th of 6 members of an alleged terrorist cell in Buffalo, New York, to plead guilty. The 3 before him admitted to attending a terrorist training camp and hearing speeches from Osama bin Laden. Those are the headlines at this hour. I'm Frederica Whitfield. More news right after this break.
Amanpour takes you inside the war in Iraq.
They're shooting a little blind right now.
Experience you can trust only on CNN. His desire made him a champion. Now his pride gives a dangerous opponent one last shot at greatness. Marco Antonio Barrera.
It's about honor.
Kevin Kelly.
Barrera is mine.
For the featherweight championship of the world. Barrera versus Kelly. Saturday, April 12th, live on In Demand pay-per-view.
Order it on In Demand pay-per-view from Comcast.
It's about winning. Bring it on.
Right now, Lexus of Jacksonville, your 10-time Elite of Lexus Award winner, is offering their lowest payments ever. Stop in today to take advantage of these tremendous savings. Now, for a limited time, lease the new 2003 RX 300, ES 300, or the IS 300 for only $399 a month. 3 exceptional reasons to lease from Lexus of Jacksonville. Stop in today and visit our showroom. Lexus of Jacksonville, your 10-time Elite of Lexus Award winner.
So what'd you do this weekend?
Went to the supermarket. The dry cleaners. Did my recycling. Oh, and we went to her mom's.
That's too bad.
Not really.
If you or someone you know has difficulty with walking, Certified Medical Systems has the solution. We have the largest supply of scooters and power chairs in North Florida. We also carry wheelchairs, walkers, and lift chairs. And Medicare and insurance may reduce or eliminate your out-of-pocket expenses. Our trained staff will handle the proper paperwork. They will also assist you in service and delivery. For immediate assistance, call Certified Medical Systems today and regain your freedom.
Reported throughout the day as an attack in a residential neighborhood. Before this other piece of information that Saddam Hussein and the Ba'ath Party and 30 intelligence officials might be there. Here is how Al Jazeera, the Arab TV network, reported the story throughout the day.
The goal of the American airplanes this time was a few houses in Mansoura. They were surprised by bombardment before sunrise, and many victims under the rubble were left, and many wounded at varying degrees. We saw the airplanes in low altitude, and we looked at it. We got used to the noise, but this was very low, and suddenly a very huge explosion under the airplanes, and a missile went off very, very fast, and it hit the target very close. The shock of the explosion created a rattling in my house, although I was 500 meters away, and I saw children and women crying. We are, may God protect them. A very young was killed. The psychological impact is huge amongst the people who live close to the explosion. About 7 or 8 are expected to have been here, maybe more. The explosion left a lot of damages in an area with around 500 meters around that area. This is close to 14th Street, 14th of Ramadan Street. The shrapnel went all around, smoke, and to these houses we came and we saw smoke all over. And people that were here were hurt as well, and we saw dead people, and we saw dead people in all directions. And in spite of the attempts by the National Defense to lift the rubble to extract people from under it, but this is a very tiresome and hard work. They are trying their best to save. This scene of damaged houses and big hole does not indicate that there are any survivors. Now all is mixed. The palm trees, the rubble, and the remains of people. While attempts to rescue people, airplanes are still flying in the sky.
That's how Al Jazeera reported the bombing in the Al Mansour neighborhood earlier on Monday afternoon in Baghdad. Before it was known that Saddam Hussein and his leadership, at least according to American intelligence, was there, it was seen as simply another attack or errant bombing in a civilian neighborhood, and there certainly is evidence in those pictures that civilians were hurt and some may well have died as well. One of the best known and most controversial Iraqi opposition leaders, someone who may play a huge role in the future of Iraq, is no longer in London where he's usually based. Ahmad Kalabi is now in Iraq, apparently having been flown there by the U.S. military. Mr. Kalabi was interviewed last night on the CBS News broadcast 60 Minutes. Here's some of what he had to say to Leslie Stahl.
Iraq is not Afghanistan. You cannot buy people. The Iraqi people have to feel that their leadership must be seen to play an important role in this process of liberation. I'm not a candidate for any position in Iraq, and I don't seek an office. I think my role ends with the liberation of the country. The army did not fight to defend Saddam. The Marines and the U.S. 3rd Division cut like knife through butter through 2 divisions of the Republican Guards near Baghdad in less than 24 hours. The U.S. government publicly asked the Iraqi people not to do an uprising. They asked them to stay at home when military operations were going on. U.S. officials told opposition leaders specifically no uprising. The American military, I think, should stay in Iraq until the first elections are held and a democratic government is established. I'm not prepared to give a time frame, but we expect to have a constitution ratified within 2 years.
That was last night on 60 Minutes on CBS. These are live pictures of Baghdad this morning, and you can see the smoke or some smoke in the air behind those trees. What is causing it? What caused the fire that's causing the smoke? Don't know. We'll try and find out, but this comes from Abu Dhabi TV. We're joined now on the phone by Marie Colvin of the London Sunday Times, who is at an air base outside of Nasiriyah with the Free Iraqi forces that are being flown in to fight on the side of the coalition. Marie, why don't you tell us a bit about who these people are and how many other groups there are out there like them?
This is a pretty unique force. Right now there's about 750 of the Free Iraqi Force soldiers here. Everyone's in uniform, armed. They're a mix of exiles from outside. I know you just had Ahmed Chalabi on, who's the leader. Probably about 50% are people who've come from all over. I mean, there's a guy here who left his grocery store in Missouri to come fight. And the other 50% are Iraqis from inside. One of the units here, for example, is led by a Iraqi Republican Guard who defected fairly recently and is now leading one of these platoons here, I guess you'd call it. They're divided up into 56. There's some American special forces here assigned to them, all on a rather austere conditions on this bit that it was bombed by the Americans, and they're living in the buildings that are still on hold, and hoping to get involved.
Are they more about symbolism than they are about any real help?
Well, it's kind of a combination. There's certainly symbolism. You know, as you know, a lot of the problem the American forces have faced is, certainly very few, except the forces who've been fighting, would support Saddam. But they're suspicious or worried, that is this an American occupation? Are they really going to kick Saddam out? So you've got the idea is you've got a very large Iraqi Arab force, because, of course, the Kurds up north, again, there's suspicions among the Iraqi Arab population about them. So you've got an Iraqi Arab force here to try to put a face on it that, this is a fight against Saddam. These are, where Iraqi opposition, we've come here and try to get Iraqi soldiers to defect to them. More importantly, in the advance, they've left behind a lot of towns and villages that are essentially have no Americans in them. You still have the Ba'ath leadership there. These guys have a very extensive network they've built up for years, and they're hoping to get their people in those villages to take over. They're not getting there seems to be quite a bit of rather internecine fighting in Washington. The Chalabi and this Free Iraqi Force have a lot of support at the top, and certainly on the ground here from the Americans I've seen. But they want to move forward, and they're dependent on American supplies, and they're not getting that.
Do these men, and I assume they're all men, do they have anything in common other than a hatred for Saddam Hussein and the Ba'athist government? Is there an ideological component here?
It's a very good question. It's not ideological at all. They've pretty much come from everywhere around the globe, and also from inside Iraq to. The main goal is get to Baghdad, get rid of Saddam. The leader, Chalabi, as you said, is quite controversial. The Pentagon loves him, State Department doesn't. CIA is suspicious of him. His goal is get rid of Saddam, who's oppressed this country for going on 30 years now, and then set up a democratic government. I think so there's not an ideological component, except that we want a democratic government ruled by Iraqis. I think the controversy comes in where, certain people in Washington want there to be an American military government. Chalabi's position is there should be American, military presence here, obviously, because, this place is going to need stability before you can do anything. But he believes that the interim government should be Iraqi, and there's disagreement in Washington about that.
Just one question on Mr. Chalabi then. In this government, this future of Iraq, he wouldn't mind leading it, would he?
Well, he's being treated as, certainly as a future leader of Iraq here. A lot of the local sheikhs are coming around in a kind of tribal way. I mean, he's obviously lived in the West for a while, but he's, the local sheikhs are coming around and treating him as a future leader. Certainly,
Marie, is he the Karzai?
Who are here do.
I'm sorry, is he in some ways the Karzai of Iraq?
That's a very good analogy. He's potentially the Karzai of Iraq. Certainly, no one else has emerged. I mean, he has whatever is thought of him, pretty much loved or hated. He's worked for the last 20 years to do this. He was one of the first people in opposition. Mm-hmm. And he's had ups and downs, and he's just sort of worked his way through. And he is here in Iraq with 700 people. They're part of the American war plan. I mean, the idea was never for them to work separately. They need the American cover. But he's certainly going to play a large role in the future of Iraq. What that role is, I think we'll see when Saddam goes.
I guess we will. Thank you, Marie. Marie Colvin, who's with the London Sunday Times. Quickly to the pictures of Baghdad. This is what they're seeing. These shots, this is Abu Dhabi TV, but there's more. And you can hear the gunfire, can't you? It comes in fits and starts. Abu Dhabi TV focusing on it there, but we heard what sounded like machine gun sort of fire, small arms and machine gun sort of fire just a moment ago in this area, apparently. This is the Lebanese broadcasting company, and not precisely sure what they're focusing on, but they're back on that shot also. Early Tuesday morning, that's Al Jazeera. You see the haze of the city and the sounds of combat in the city as well. It is not a peaceful place, not yet, and may not be for a while. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Unlike Wall Street, your life doesn't stop every day at 4. Your hopes and dreams go beyond stocks and bonds. At Merrill Lynch, our financial advisors know your financial life goes beyond Wall Street, so their advice goes further too. Introducing Total Merrill. We see your financial life in total.
Can you completely revise your annual budget in 3 days? Trace declining profit margins to Asia in 3 minutes. And give real answers to the board's toughest questions?
Thank you. Any more questions?
You can with ComShare. ComShare, software for corporate performance management.
Hot dogs, hot dog. Over here. That'll be 4 1/4.
I'll give you 1 1/4.
Hey, pal, no discounts. Hot dogs.
We want a better deal.
Everybody wants them. Hot dogs!
We can get you great deals on hotels.
New York for $69 a night.
How about Las Vegas?
San Francisco, worldwide.
All right, guys, you got a deal. Tell me more about this.
Hotels.com!
The best prices at the best places, guaranteed.
This is CNN,
the most trusted name in news.
Brent Sadler takes you inside the war in Iraq.
We've just seen an airstrike in this area behind me in Baghdad.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
This time of night we try and get a sense of where the country is, how the country's mood is shifting over the 3 weeks of the war, and we gather together people from around the country, and we have again tonight. In Los Angeles, Josefa Salinas, who's a talk show host in Los Angeles, KHHT. In Chicago, Debbie Howlett is the Midwest correspondent for USA Today, and Michael Medved is in Seattle. He's a film critic, and he also hosts a nationally syndicated radio talk show out of Seattle. It's good to see all of you. Ms. Salinas, the last time we talked with you, we were talking about where the country, this was, I guess, about 10 days ago. I'm curious if, as the war has progressed, if your audience, which is Latino principally, but not exclusively, has shifted as well.
Oh, most definitely. I think that there was a lot of opposition to the war initially, but once we were in and the fighting had begun, a lot of the sentiments went for the soldiers. We're all very much in support of the soldiers. Nobody wants to be at war, but they definitely want the soldiers to know that as a community that we're behind them. We lost several Latino soldiers. In fact, Jose Gutierrez was laid to rest today in Los Angeles. He was one of the first Marines that was taken in the war. So it's shifted to more of a support. Now everyone's just interested in getting out, and then what are we going to do in Iraq once this is all over to show that we actually have gone in there to do what we said we were going to do.
Is there concern in your community that a hornet's nest has been stirred up here that may not be settled down very quickly and very easily?
Oh, I think that a lot of the concern is with the possibility that not only in Iraq, but the groups that support Iraq around the country could possibly be angry with America, and that these ramifications may end up coming back to us, especially in Los Angeles being a key target, or so they say.
Debbie, you've had an interesting and difficult assignment from the newspaper, which has been when you've written some obituaries, I guess, for soldiers who have died and talked to a lot of families. Generally speaking, out in the Midwest, these families getting a lot of support, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, it's amazing to see the support that small towns are rallying around these families of these young men and women who've made the ultimate sacrifice for their country and died in Iraq. It's just been incredible to see the outpouring of support and love for these kids and the understanding, which I think has usurped any opposition there was in these communities to the war. It's just really hitting close to home with these people.
Do people, when you talk to them, when you talk to the neighbors and the friends and the people in the community, do they see the war as still a search for weapons of mass destruction, or has it become incredibly personalized around Saddam Hussein?
Well, one of the things I think that happens when in these small towns, when they know somebody who's been killed in action, is that it does get more personalized, and it does become more focused on Saddam Hussein. I think the people out there are understand viscerally what the war is about, and in a small town, the loss of one life is magnified more than it would be in a large city like Chicago.
Certainly is. Michael, you're an interesting town in all of this, because Seattle has got a lot of military, a lot of men and women who work. There are just, Michael, let me explain to viewers, there are some warplanes in the sky, and we've gone to, we're trying to show the Al Jazeera. Seattle has both a large military community and a large anti-war community. How has the mood shifted, if at all, over 3 weeks?
Well, I think the mood has shifted because a lot of the people who were hesitant about the war have gotten on board. But the left is still strident and the left is still isolated. We had a big debate with the Seattle City Council where there's a local citizen, a social worker actually, who would put forward a resolution just offering support for the troops. And not a single member of the 9-member council wanted to support that simple resolution. They all wanted to insert things saying that this was a preemptive strike, that it was a first strike invasion, that it was an illegitimate war. And the fact that people on the left and callers to my radio show from around the country are still so bitter, are still so focused on conspiracy theories with President Bush, I think shows that there is a very strong, isolated, small group of Americans who simply aren't on board with this and are creating a great distance between themselves and the American mainstream.
Well, set them aside. Set the fringe aside for a second, if that's a fair way to describe them. There are still people who aren't on the fringe who also are not in support of the war.
Right. Well, there are people who question the war. They're in the support of the war now in the sense that they want the United States to win. One of the things we did for the radio show is we went around to demonstrations in different places and asked people, well, okay, you're protesting the war. Would you still like to see the U.S. win, or doesn't it make any difference to you? And it was shocking how many people actually wanted to see the U.S. lose at those demonstrations. Really? Absolutely. And again, people have come on the radio show, they will call up, they will say that. Their hatred of George Bush is that deep. People saying that Bush is more dangerous than Saddam Hussein, that he's more of a threat to the world. But this sort of thing, this obviously is just a tiny segment of the American population. Most people, even those who had doubts about the war, who were fearful about it, have gotten on board partially because of the magnificent performance of our military in the Persian Gulf, which I think has erased a lot of doubts on the part of a lot of people.
Well, Sifa, let me give you the last word tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this concern that you talked about, that we'd stirred up a hornet's nest, that America had stirred up a hornet's nest, if this doesn't, I don't mean the war, but if this post-war period doesn't end relatively quickly, do you think that becomes a political problem in Los Angeles for President Bush in the Hispanic community?
I think that it could, because you have a large number of Latinos in the service and a lot of families here waiting for these kids to come home, and people want to see some resolution. And if there are other ramifications that end up happening as a result of this, people could start questioning in 4 years whether or not, well, less than that actually, whether or not, you know, where to place their vote. He didn't do well in California on the last election, so he's got a long way to come back with us.
That's an important constituency for him. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you.
And Michael, it's always nice to see you. And Debbie, thanks for joining us tonight.
Sure.
We'll take a break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Easy. Oh, no more biking for you.
Oh, I know. Boy.
It's the moment of choice. Tylenol or Advil? What will the doctor give you? Truth is, doctors have made their choice. Doctors nationwide choose Advil most for muscle aches, strains, and sprains. It's simply a better choice. Advil gives you longer-lasting relief than Tylenol on tough muscle pain.
I'll try.
Make the doctor's choice your choice. For longer-lasting relief, advance to Advil.
It's been tough lately, but you stay the course.
Because to you, investing is a journey.
And like any journey, the time comes when you gotta ask directions.
But who are you gonna ask?
Who are you going to ask? Some stranger standing by the economic roadside?
You want to ask someone who's made this trip thousands of times before.
The last thing you want to hear on this trip is, hey, are we lost?
Being in control of your financial future has never been more important. Call 1-800-FIDELITY for a comprehensive portfolio analysis today.
Can you completely revise your annual budget in 3 days? Trace declining profit margins to Asia in 3 minutes. And give real answers to the board's toughest questions?
Thank you. Any more questions?
You can with ComShare. ComShare, software for corporate performance management.
That's Baghdad on a Tuesday morning. You can just barely make out in the center of your picture there a U.S. warplane. What sort of mission that plane is on or was on. We'll just watch it for a minute and see what it's about to do. These are Al Jazeera's pictures, and it didn't stay in the frame long enough. That's an F-18 up there, General Clark tells us. And you can certainly hear it and see it now on the right of your screen. Perhaps more than one up there. The sounds must be quite familiar by now to the 4 million, 5 million people in Baghdad. Even in non-war times, our program, Newsnight, has a love affair with the work of still photographers, and we have been featuring their work through the course of the last 3 weeks. Tonight we feature the work of Robert Nicholsberg, whose work appears within the pages of Time magazine. Robert is traveling with the 1st Marine Division. Last night he was just miles away from Baghdad, where the troops are getting ready for a taste of urban combat.
My name is Robert Nicholsberg. I'm with the 1st Marine Division, and I've been embedded with the 3rd Battalion, 4th Regiment. I'm with one particular group the whole way, where everyone gets to know each other. With the embedding, it takes care of a lot of the uncertainty. They're one of the aggressive units that the Marines has in the 1st Division. They're not here to take and hold targets. They're here to secure them and then move on. They're very familiar with this kind of terrain. They've trained extensively in urban warfare as well. They're very well coordinated, extremely confident, and I've been very impressed with how they conduct their day-to-day activities. We've been able to move around quite freely, attend meetings, background, look at maps. So in a sense, we know what the mission is before it starts. The basic objective is to get to the Ba'ath Party headquarters. Part of their mission is to go in and look for documents, look for files, look for whatever information they have on the place that they're entering, secure the building, and then exit. With their training, they've been able to pull it off with very few losses and injuries, which lets you work differently. You can run right alongside, and I wouldn't say there's a false sense of security, certainly, but there's a different sense and a different amount of confidence that you can bring to the pictures. They feel they're in their element. This is what they thought the conflict would be about, and they're anxious to cut their teeth and follow through on their instructions. They're very aggressive with this. There's no way of knowing until the end of the day really what will happen or what has happened. So it's a day-by-day, day in the life of this war.
Robert Nicholsberg shooting for Time magazine. Some very powerful pictures there. We'll take a break. Darren Kagan updates the day's headlines. She joins us from Kuwait. When we come back, we'll check in at the Pentagon, the White House. Jack Lawrence, the former CBS and ABC correspondent who's over in Iraq covering for National Public Radio and Esquire magazine, joins us. So we have a lot to do. We'll take a break first. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Tyrannosaurus Rex teach us about a retirement plan. What's big one day may disappear the next. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and provide financial advice for those who need to rebuild. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
She was working at another place that she wasn't really happy with. And I was telling her that it's time for her to come and work with my company.
It took a lot for her to convince me, but she was right.
Competitive pay, great benefits, that give you the opportunity to advance. Being a college graduate with 2 degrees, she could go anywhere. And I told her Walmart was the place to go.
I love my job. I'm an assistant manager, and I've been with Walmart for 4 years.
I'm a department manager at Walmart, and I've worked there for 7 years.
All right, everybody, let's come to the table.
From generation to generation.
You're a much better father than I was.
From father to son.
But you didn't exactly set the bar all that high.
This family can survive anything.
What are you doing, man?
As long as they have each other.
Schmuck.
Michael Douglas, Kirk Douglas. It runs in the family. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, April 25th at theaters everywhere.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. Now, the best songs from one of the world's greatest bands on one incredible collection. The very best of Fleetwood Mac 2-CD collection features songs from 3 decades of their brilliant career. The very best of Fleetwood Mac is the ultimate collection.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live from Kuwait City. Let's take a look at what is happening at this hour. U.S. officials say top Iraq leaders, possibly including Saddam Hussein and his sons, were targeted in an American attack in Baghdad. Central Command says that a B-1 bomber dropped 4 satellite-guided 2,000-pound bombs on Baghdad's Mansour residential neighborhood. A senior administration official in Washington tells CNN that intelligence suggested that senior Iraqi leaders were scheduled to be at a Baghdad area location for what's called a decent stretch of time. The bombs destroyed an entire apartment building and a restaurant, killing at least 9 people. It's unclear at this hour if the Iraqi president and his sons were among those casualties. The Pentagon, meanwhile, says that U.S. superior firepower has just about obliterated the Iraqi war machine. It says that Iraq began the war with more than 800 tanks, but it is now down to what they say is only a couple of dozen tanks. President Bush is in Belfast, Northern Ireland. He is there for talks with British Prime Minister Tony Blair on the war in Iraq and also on peace efforts in the Middle East and Northern Ireland. One issue they're expected to take up, the role of the United Nations in a post-Saddam Iraq. Amidst all the fighting, talking, and planning, a 3rd shipload of aid is in Iraq today. The British auxiliary ship, the Sir Percival, steamed into the port of Qasr with about 200 tons of rice and tea today. The British say the food is bound for Iraq's neediest areas. Those are the headlines at this hour. Aaron, toss it back to you for more on the coverage in Iraq. Good morning from Kuwait City.
And good morning. It's nice to see you again. Darren will be with us the rest of the way tonight. Glad to have her with us too. A lot going on. As Darren mentioned, the lead tonight clearly was this attempt to get Saddam Hussein that took place Monday afternoon in a Baghdad neighborhood. It'll be some time before we know whether it's successful or not, but we have a fair amount of detail on how it went down, and we'll put those pieces together first in this hour, starting at the Pentagon, and CNN's Chris Plant, who joins us from there. Chris?
Hi, Aaron. That's right. It was at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, Baghdad time, and
there we go, Chris. We had the wrong Chris there for a second.
Little glitch. It was about 2 o'clock this afternoon, Baghdad time, when bombs struck the target. It was a residential neighborhood. We believe it was a house in that residential neighborhood. The lead came from a variety of intelligence sources, including, we're told, human intelligence, which means people on the ground. Now, people on the ground could mean that there was an individual close to the regime who was aware of this meeting taking place there, an Iraqi, that passed the information along to U.S. Special Operations Forces or to U.S. forces on the ground there, or it may have been U.S. Special Operations Forces themselves. We did get the news media reports of this strike in this residential neighborhood earlier today, and initial reports indicated that civilians were killed, and probably only civilians were killed. The Central Command said that they were looking into the situation. Now, if you look at the rubble, you can see that there is an enormous crater at this location, and there appears to be a good deal of heavy concrete, probably steel-reinforced concrete, which might indicate that there was a bunker facility at this location, but obviously a great deal of ordnance put on this site based on the size of the crater alone. What we know is that once they decided to go after the target, which was slightly to the west of, say, Al-Salam Palace, just about a mile outside of the heart of downtown Baghdad. A B-1B bomber was called in for the strike. That is a heavy, long-range bomber that carries a great deal of ordnance, and it in fact carries a heavier bomb load than the B-52 does in the current configuration. And 4 of these GBU-31 JDAM munitions, that's a satellite-guided bomb, were dropped on the target. A total of 8,000 pounds of explosive power in these 4 munitions, with relative pinpoint accuracy if everything goes well with these munitions. It gets within just a few feet of the target, and they believe that all of the munitions did hit the target that they had set out to hit. The belief was that Saddam Hussein himself and his 2 sons, Uday and Qusay, who were in charge of major elements of the Iraqi military and security forces, were all present at this house at the time of the strike. Now, what we're told here, or from a senior source in the administration that John King spoke to, is that there is a sense of optimism that major players were present at the time of the strike. Now, they're not going to the point so far, Aaron, as to say that they are 100% certain that Saddam Hussein himself was there or that his sons were there, perhaps because that's a limb that they just don't want to go on at this point. There is a certain time delay between the time the intelligence is gathered, the time the airstrike is called in, and the time that the bombs actually hit the target. So while there is optimism on the part of the U.S. administration that they probably got the people that they wanted, the target that they wanted, they're not willing at this point to say with 100% certainty that they were able to decapitate the regime, which is what this effort is all about. And as you pointed out earlier, what they tried to do at the outset of this military campaign with cruise missiles and a couple of bombs in an effort to decapitate and avoid this type of military action that we've been seeing for the last 19 days. Aaron?
Okay, Chris, thank you. Chris Plant at the Pentagon. Now over to Chris Burns at the White House. Chris, I have a feeling that your colleague, Mr. Plant, just took much of what you had been learning at the White House, but add to that what you can, and also add this component. The administration made it very clear that Saddam Hussein's a fair target, that whatever ban on assassinations there was in time of peace isn't in play. Fair?
Absolutely. A senior administration official tells CNN that this was very much the same scenario as when the war first began, when President Bush made a very last-minute, literally last-minute decision to go ahead and change the war plans to attack what had been seen as a time-sensitive target where there could be senior Iraqi leadership. A senior administration official says that President Bush, in this case, he declines to say whether President Bush was informed in advance of this strike, however, says that because of the very beginning of the war, when the president gave the go-ahead to the military to strike at targets that would include Saddam Hussein as part of the offensive, that this was implicit, that they could go ahead and strike at that. No word immediately on whether the president has been informed, but according to the senior administration official, there is a sense of optimism that they have taken out senior leadership, possibly Saddam Hussein and his 2 sons. In any case, the administration has been tempering the public opinion in the last couple of weeks. The spokesman, the White House spokesman, Ari Fleischer, being asked how does he define victory. Well, last week he said that victory would be defined by regime change and by finding any weapons of mass destruction. Those were the 2 key objectives of this war itself, and that is how they will measure victory, not necessarily whether they actually kill Saddam
Chris,
Hussein.
let me just hang in there a second with me. I just want viewers to catch viewers up on what they were looking at. That's an A-10. And General Clark, help me on this, that's some sort of close air support, because we saw it dive down in, right?
We did. We saw it go in, Aaron, and you heard the 30-millimeter gun, you heard a brrrr going on. He hit something.
And when we talk about close air support, explain again what that would mean so viewers not familiar with the term know.
So what he's doing is he's getting targets probably from troops on the ground who are reporting something around the corner up a street or something, and he is then marking their location so he knows where they are, and he's diving in a direction and shooting at an enemy target, taking a lot of care not to hit the friendlies.
And that's the risk there, because you're starting to work in close quarters. And is it going after, it might be going after troops, or it might be going after a vehicle of some sort, correct? And
that heavy cannon will do a number on a vehicle or troops.
Were you able to see what it was dropping just there?
That was a 30-millimeter gun. It's a 7-barrel Gatling gun, very high rate of fire, firing depleted uranium
General,
bullets.
look in the monitor for a second.
These are the anti-aircraft flares.
That's the flares
on the pullout.
Got it. And that deflects anti-aircraft fire, or confuses anti-aircraft fire.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Chris Burns, we interrupted you in mid-sentence, and we apologize. Go ahead.
Well, that's quite all right. Actually, to keep in mind also what is going to be happening on Tuesday, whether or not Saddam Hussein is dead or in whatever condition he is, President Bush and Tony Blair are meeting in Belfast, Northern Ireland. They will be discussing a number of issues, including and especially what regime, what kind of government to replace Saddam Hussein with. That's going to be a very big discussion. They do have to close ranks on that. They have perhaps some slight differences on what kind of UN role there should be, what kind of mix of exiles, Iraqi exiles, and indigenous Iraqis there should be. They also, of course, the administration has been cautioning on making a decision, not making a decision before they actually see what the situation is on the ground. How many bureaucrats that wouldn't be tainted by Saddam's Ba'athist party, who would not be Ba'athist loyalists or Saddam loyalists, what kind of a mix you will have. Try to incorporate as many bureaucrats as you can to get the economy and get the government functioning again, especially the key services like water and sanitation and things like that, but also, of course, trying to get the oil industry cranked up again. These are all aspects that they have to look at, how they will replace what had been a regime that was running a country of 26 million people. Very important. They'll also be talking about trying to settle the Northern Ireland issue and also the Middle East peace process, trying to jumpstart that. Very important for Tony Blair, especially in trying to justify this war against Iraq as part of a broader effort at trying to bring peace to the whole region of the Middle East.
Chris, thank you very much. I think there might be some people who would characterize the difference between Mr. Blair and President Bush as more than slight on this question, but that's one of the issues they'll try and work out. Thank you. Chris Burns at the White House. General, I'm going to give you two last words here before you get away from me today. There is a certain, you see this plane flying around the way it is. This is not the most nimble aircraft out there by any means. There's a certain confidence about who owns the sky.
That's exactly right. This is an aircraft that can take a lot of hits, but it's relatively low, and he's really looking at the ground. He's not being engaged as far as we can determine.
And it is an exclamation point to the fact that there is, the Americans certainly believe, there is just not much Iraqi air defense left to threaten a relatively slow-flying, low-flying airplane.
Apparently not, although I read in the news reports in tomorrow's newspapers, Aaron, that there is still anti-aircraft fire in some portions of Baghdad.
And just to finish that thought, was it chaff that it was dropping off? Is that what that's called?
No, they're called flares.
Flares?
And what they do is they distract the heat-seeking, the heat-sensitive seeker on a ground-to-air missile, like a surface-to-air shoulder-launched missile.
So the crew felt there was something down there that was dangerous, or there would be no particular reason to take that sort of evasive action. Now, on the day itself, I know you've got a busy day later today, and we're going to get you some rest before you do that. Put the day in perspective. The most significant thing in the day was?
We're into the heart of Baghdad and holding, but the fighting's not over. We had a real firefight at a Cloverleaf intersection there, lost an ammunition truck, had some casualties on that. The Marines have fought hard to cross a canal southeast of Baghdad, but the 3rd Infantry Division is in there. It's delivering a hell of a wallop. The Iraqis are disorganized, but they're still resisting.
Let's talk about both elements of that. Do they seem to be resisting? Well, you said they're disorganized. From a central command point of view, they're disorganized, or are there just guerrilla fighters out there, bands of 10 or 20 out there on their own, making decisions on their own?
I think it's larger elements than that, based on my reading of all of the information that's available to us, Aaron. But what's clear is that the U.S. is outmaneuvering them with the tactic of driving through the cities with these armored columns. When the United States forces stop, then the Iraqis close in around them, and given 4 or 5 hours, they can bring a lot of fighters to bear. But as the columns move through the cities, the Iraqis can't quite keep up, and that's why there's scattered resistance.
But there is still resistance out there, and anytime there's resistance, there's danger. Is this, since there's no reason to assume for the moment that Saddam Hussein or his sons were killed in this attack. They may or may not have been.
Correct.
Is this the kind of thing, absent that, we are likely to see go on for a number of weeks? Are we likely to have days like today?
I think we'll have a few more days like today, but I'd be surprised if it lasts a number of weeks. One of the disturbing notes is that apparently, at least according to one of the captured fighters, there are some 5,000 volunteers from Syria that are in there fighting with the Iraqis. Now that the U.S. forces don't need that, and it's time for all of those people to lay down their arms. But my guess is that within a few days, this fighting, at least in Baghdad, will taper off. There's still other parts of the country that need to be looked at.
Certainly the north. I don't know that I've ever asked you this. Do you think this will end in a kind of formal surrender, or it will just stop?
I'd be surprised if it ends in a surrender. I guess it's conceivable that Saddam Hussein could say, okay, I give up, you can have my regime, just let me leave. But he knows what's awaiting him. And the United States is probably not prepared to accept a surrender unless it would be from a very low-ranking officer, because the rest of these guys are part of the regime, and the United States doesn't want the regime. So my guess is that this is going to be a wipeout rather than a surrender.
And just so that we're clear on the pictures we're watching, I'm not sure if you were able to see them at the same time. Those are just flares that plane is dropping, right? Those aren't...
That's right.
That's not any ordnance of any sort.
No, that's a protective measure. He doesn't know whether he's going to be engaged from the ground or not. Those flares are triggered automatically. He hits a button in the cockpit and it releases a stream of them.
They're triggered automatically by what?
By the pilot.
Oh, okay.
He sends them out. He's got a big stockpile of those things, and normally they pop 4 or 5 on every climb out of a turn where they're going down low like that. That's when they're most vulnerable, when they're climbing up like that.
And just again, this is a plane that has many purposes, or a number of purposes. It's a tough old, not very pretty airplane, and the kind of, you saw some more flares going there, the kind of purpose it's serving now is to do what?
He's probably attacking targets on the ground when he's coming in like that. He also is probably controlling other aircraft. He's probably in communication with some F-18s or F-15s up higher than he is. He's flying down low. He's probably got a pair of stabilized binoculars. So one pilot aircraft, one crew. And so he's handling a pair of stabilized binoculars. He's rocking the airplane back and forth. He's looking down at the ground over the side of the cockpit. And he's got his 30mm gun and probably some Maverick missiles on board.
So he or she is one busy pilot up there.
He's handling multiple radios. He's got a map out. He is very, very busy. He's almost in task overload.
He's almost in task overload.
Task overload.
He's got as much as he can handle.
That's exactly right. We worry about that because these guys, it just comes, the information comes in, the radios come in, different call signs, different problems, simultaneous. You've got a list of 2 or 3 conversations at once. It's very, very busy.
General, as I say, I know you got a busy day later. We'll let you go as always. Thank you for your help. Talk to you tomorrow.
Good to be with you, Aaron.
Thank you, General Wesley Clark. General is testifying before Congress tomorrow, so let him get some sleep. Marty Savage is with us. Let's keep an eye on this. Marty's with the Marines, and they had a fairly active day of sort of sporadic fighting. Marty is in the video phone that you see on the left. Marty, can you hear us?
Yes, Aaron. Yeah, let me tell you where we are. We passed over that canal and the small village around that canal, which have been the scene of heavy fighting, including Marine casualties, yesterday and the day before. We passed that about half an hour ago. We're continuing to push into the suburbs of the southeast. We've now come into what looks like a very large industrial complex of warehouses, factory buildings. Just off to our left, we can hear what sounds like a a pretty strong firefight is taking place. It sounds like, I'm just listening now, it's small weapons fire for the most part, but it's a pretty constant staccato, and there is more of it coming. You can hear it snapping and popping in the distance. You can see Marines here, obviously. They are taking up perimeters. There are Marines also inside of this industrial complex. This isn't house to house, it's warehouse to warehouse type of fighting. And it's clearly taking place several hundred yards off to our right as we try to get out of the vehicle here. You can't hear it because of the sound of the vehicles themselves, but there is a pretty steady amount of gunfire that is going up. And we have been told that this was something to be expected here.
Actually, Marty, we are able to hear, assuming that that's not the vehicle, it doesn't sound like it, at least a bit of it. Is this the kind of thing that's been going on for your group of Marines off and on now for the last day? These sorts of operations?
Yes, it has. It has. It's not constant engagement. It is just a constant threat of engagement. And they have been running across, especially in built-up urban areas, embedded within the civilian population, apparently those that are not ready to lay down arms and those that are not ready to run away either. And this is what they have been working to deal with. Now, you still have the main element of the Marines that are pushing forward, but at the same time, those follow-on elements have to peel off and deal with trying to uproot whatever opposition is out there. We don't know exactly who they are fighting against. Is it regular Iraqi troops? Is it remnants of the Iraqi Republican Guard? Paramilitary? You don't know. We just know they're fighting someone right now, and obviously the Marine involved in that firefight, that's all that matters. And they will continue to try to push forward, but if this is their objective today, they could be very busy for a long time. Aaron?
Just stay with us a second. We'll just set the stage. Martin Savage on your left with the Marines, and they're outside of an industrial complex, as he's just been describing. On the right is a shot that we've been following for some time. Now we've lost a sight of the A-10 that had been circling that area in close air support, as General Clark described it. And those are the two pictures that you see. And I wonder, David, if you might want to flip them for a second and put Marty's in the larger box there. There we go. And get a much better feel now of what the Marines are dealing with right now. This is the kind of stuff, honestly, that in our coverage we always worry a little about. These are live pictures and obviously real bullets here, and we ought not think of this otherwise. Marty, feel free to jump in.
There's also the rumble of artillery in the background that we can hear. The Marines have a very good system set up of support with artillery. So regardless of where they travel within the conflict zone, they can always call in artillery fire if they have to. Then the other thing, what they bring forward very quickly on an advance like this, is they have the mortar teams. Mortar teams are already set up in and around this complex, so they can be tasked by those Marines who are closer up to the fighting to say, hey, look, we see something here, we see a machine gun nest there, and they can call in accurate fire that way as well. So it's all carefully orchestrated. It is not just a couple of Marines here pointing weapons in the direction of gunfire. This is sort of the back rear unit on the perimeter of this complex. There are other Marines much closer in and much closer to the fight. Eric?
Marty, did the Marines find the fire, or did the fire find the Marines? Did they go deliberately to this place looking for something, or did it find them?
They went deliberately to this place looking for something, whether it was based on intelligence, whether it was simply based on the fact that this was a large facility and good cover for whoever might want to launch attacks or hide. So this was an objective that was known. There was the potential for a firefight. They came in here prepared for it, and from the sounds of things, they found it.
Okay, Marty, hang on a second. Just stay with us if you can. I want to go back, if we can go back to the Baghdad shot for a second. Ron Marks is with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, the AJC, and he's been watching this from somewhere around Baghdad. Ron, you've had quite a day.
It's been quite days here, actually. I was on the incursion that came in on Saturday. They took a day of rest on Sunday, and then Monday morning they came back in. This time they set up shop, basically, in downtown Baghdad. At the moment, I'm at a place called Zahra Park, which is on the west bank of the Tigris River. This is a large park. It has a reviewing stand where Saddam used to review his Republican Guard troops. It's got large cross sabers at either end of the parade field. There was a 30-foot statue of Saddam riding a horse directly across from the parade ground, which the troops blew up yesterday morning as sort of a symbol of defiance, the end of Saddam's reign. At the moment, I'm looking roughly east across the Tigris River. I can't see the river from here, but I see a large plume of black smoke rising from over there. The last few minutes, we've had a number of A-10 strikes against some targets that are off to my left, roughly to the north here, somewhere in the vicinity, I believe, of the Al Rashid Hotel. And those strikes seem to have ended for the moment. We've had some outgoing mortar fire. There's a mortar platoon here from Task Force 164, which I'm embedded with, and they have been firing out at targets in that same general vicinity.
How long has this been going on, Ron?
Well, the unit came in yesterday morning. They got here roughly about 7 a.m. local time. Took over the park. They have been in the park. They were in the park all day yesterday. Took a lot of mortar fire during the afternoon, quite a bit of RPG fire from rooftops of surrounding government office buildings or apartment buildings. Can't tell exactly what they are. Some sniper fire during the day yesterday. You could hear it pinging off the buildings around us. The night was relatively quiet. I could hear some gunfire just to the east of us over toward the Monument to the Unknown Soldier. Couldn't tell exactly what was going on over there. There was another unit over there that I know was kind of pressing forward. Further to my south, I know there's a presidential palace down there on the bend of the Tigris River that Task Force 464 took over, and I was told this morning they are occupying that particular palace, a beach that's there on the river, and are in control of that area there.
All right, Ron, I say you've had quite a 2 days, and you've done some terrific work for us today. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. So let me bring one more voice now into this, and this ought to be actually a fascinating perspective. Jack Lawrence was a young man when Vietnam was the war, and was there for CBS News and did terrific work then. He's over now, I think he's in Kuwait this morning, but he's been in Iraq covering for Esquire magazine and National Public Radio. He is also an author. Took him a while to get his memoirs of Vietnam out, but the book is called The Cat from Hue. It's out in paperback now. Jack, it's hard to believe it's been a year since we talked about that. War coverage changed or essentially the same, the two wars?
War coverage has changed dramatically, as all of us can see from our hotel rooms, our living rooms, the places where we work, in such a dramatic way that it draws the viewer in, so to speak, in a visceral way, I think, Aaron, that we have not seen before. Sometimes when we filed as reporters, or as television or radio reporters from the scene in other wars, it had a certain dramatic effect because the correspondent would be reacting as a human being, would be interviewing soldiers as human beings, and one could feel the emotion coming through their words and expressions. But here we have much of it live, or live to tape, that is within a few minutes after it was recorded. And because this has been such a conventional war in some respects, but a guerrilla one as well, it's possible to follow the flow of the battle and to have a sense of whether American and other forces are achieving the kinds of successes or setbacks that had been anticipated before it started. What really fascinates me, though, is the way in which this type of new war coverage affects the viewer, and how they come to care about the well-being of their soldiers in the field. It does remind me very much of 1965 to 1967 in Vietnam in two ways. The first is that the American public largely supported the war in Vietnam in that period, overwhelmingly so, despite some protests. Whereas in this war, it has been much more unpopular at home at the beginning. And the second the comparison rather than the contrast is that in this war, I've been accepted, and so have so many of the other embedded reporters, by the unit I was embedded to, in my case the 101st Airborne Division, almost as one of the family. It took a while. It took about 10 days for the troops in my platoon to accept me as one of them. But they did it because I slept out in the desert with them. One morning it was 34 degrees Fahrenheit when we woke up, and 85 degrees later in the day. But because I went through the rigors with them, digging foxholes and all the rest of it, and just by staying cool and being accepted, I was able to get the kind of detail in the reporting, which will go into print, of course, and some of which went into the daily NPR reports that I would have had back in 1965 to 67 in Vietnam. So, these professional soldiers are slow to accept you, but once they do, they show you everything, and that will be remarkable when we see it all in the magazine articles and the books and in some of the already superb newspaper reporting that I've seen.
Just hang on, I want to set the stage again because there's a lot going on the screen here for viewers to keep track of. In the lower left is a Marine unit that Marty Savage is with that's engaged in a firefight in an industrial area. The big screen on the right, there have been A-10s flying over the city of Baghdad, engaged in close air support, a number of them. We don't actually have the feeling they have now pulled away based on what Ron Martz said, and just because we don't see them anymore. So I'm not sure there's a whole lot there to look at. And then Jack Lawrence, former CBS correspondent in Vietnam, author, and is now working for Esquire magazine and doing some filing for National Public Radio. Jack, I've got a couple more questions for you, but you're watching all this. Do you want to ask Marty something? Marty Savage, our embedded reporter with the Marines.
Yes, Marty. Are you able to have the kind of full access that you might want, or are the Marines keeping operational details to themselves? That is, do you have full access to the news that you might like to have?
Well, we don't get absolute detailed outlines as far as what may be advanced objectives. We get a brief that is pretty cursory, where they just say, well, we're going to go into this industrial complex. Yes, we anticipate that there is going to be opposition. We aren't given, in certain occasions, like when we went into the Iraqi Atomic Energy Commission headquarters there were a number of areas we were denied access with the television cameras, apparently due to whatever the commander thought might be very sensitive material, and before he got the experts in to ascertain exactly what he had on his hands. But otherwise, for the most part, what you see, how we live, and what the Marines do is everything we do with them. There's very few occasions where we are denied specific access. We're told you can't go there, or you can't ask that, or you can't see this. Only detailed maps of the things that they just aren't comfortable with us looking over their shoulder at.
Jack, is there, you've talked about, and both of you actually, we've had conversations about what's gained in the embedding process. Jack, I'm wondering, is there something lost in all this live reporting that comes from the field?
Well, what I miss most are interviews with the GIs. That's something that is so important, not just for full and free and open information in the process of reporting the war, but I think for the folks back home, they'd like to hear more detail about the lives of the troops, how they're thinking, how they're fighting, how they're feeling, what their fears may be, perhaps. In my 12 days with the 3rd Battalion, 187th Regiment, the Rakkasans of the 101st, I got to know these fellows in the one company very well. And they were telling me in a detailed way how they felt. They even opened up about their dislikes and of some of the things that were going on. But that wasn't breaking news. That's something for a more detailed report, maybe a book later on. But what I miss in the live television coverage is, well, two things. Interviews with the GIs, and secondly, less rumor mongering. I see an awful lot of that in one place, and it just is very, it makes me feel uncomfortable to see someone broadcast something as fact and then have to retract it an hour or two later because all it was a rumor at the time.
Just when you were reporting Vietnam, you would go out, you'd get on a helicopter, and you would go out to a unit someplace, and would you spend a day or an hour or a week or all of those?
Whatever it took to get the story. And one is able to do that here as well, except that the unit is chosen for you. In Vietnam, we could choose any unit we wished, virtually, except for the Special Forces, unless you spent a lot of time winning their trust and then being allowed to go out with them. Here, your unit is chosen. There's a degree of flexibility in the field. You can move to brigade, from brigade to brigade, and sometimes, I know in at least 2 cases, journalists have left one division, which was static, and moved to another division, which was going forward, and sent their newspaper reports back from their new division. So the embedding process, well, I think it has worked brilliantly from the strategic level, and also at a tactical level too. That is because everyone's able to file. In my case, all my equipment broke down, and I had to come back here to Kuwait to get it replaced. And I've now been waiting 3 or 4 days to get back up to the field. It's a bit like World War II in that sense. These long lines of communications, all going one way, but trying to hitch a ride aboard them can be quite complicated.
Just I want to help viewers out again. Abu Dhabi TV on the right, and we believe that this is someone who has been wounded, neighbors or family trying to get help to that person. They're carrying him down the street. This is happening obviously in real time. In the lower left, a Marine firefight in a totally different location outside an industrial complex, and our Marty Savage is there. At some point we're going to run the risk, I guess, of information overload going on, but that is the technology we live with these days. Jack, just a final question or two here. Did you ever imagine you'd be back writing war stories again?
Honestly, after finishing The Cat from Hue, I swore I would never cover a war again. But the truth is I've been unable to write anything serious since finishing the book, and when the Esquire job came along, I thought that would be one way of getting out of writer's block. I was trying to write a novel and not getting anywhere, so my writer's block is definitely broken in a very direct way.
Jack, thank you very much. It's good to see you again. The book is called The Cat from Hue, and it's out in paperback, and it's a terrific read. Always good to talk to you. On the right side, we now believe the injured person is someone associated with Al Jazeera television, and that would explain them putting that person in a car that had a press sticker on it. Quickly, we had another voice. Sheila McVicker is in Damascus.
Stand by.
There we are. There's Sheila in Damascus, and Sheila's been reporting on this convoy of Russian diplomats who got caught in something nasty yesterday. Sheila, good morning.
Good morning, Aaron. Well, this is an incident that seems very likely not to improve those already somewhat chilly relations between the U.S. administration and the Russians. We're expecting to hear a little later on this morning from the Russian ambassador to Baghdad who was caught up in this incident. There are a lot of unanswered questions. Here's the basic gist of the story. On Sunday, the Russian embassy, the remaining embassy staff in Baghdad, along with a fairly large group of Russian journalists in Baghdad made a decision to leave the city. They say that they discussed escape routes out of the city extensively with U.S. officials at CENTCOM. They told the U.S. that they would be traveling. It was to be a fairly large convoy. Yet when they got to the outskirts of the city, they came under fire. Now, the circumstances and what exactly happened and who was doing what to whom are still a little unclear. But the Russian ambassador to Baghdad says they confronted American armored vehicles, American tanks, and that the American forces opened fire on them. There have been suggestions elsewhere that perhaps they were caught in some kind of crossfire. Whatever happened, the Russians are adamant that it was American forces who fired on them. There were a number of people wounded in that convoy, including the ambassador's own driver, who has been left behind in Iraq in a hospital where he had surgery late on Sunday afternoon. Now, the Russians say that the convoy was well marked. They were flying the Russian flag. They were in cars marked with diplomatic plates. And, of course, they say they had discussed their route with CENTCOM. They say they tried to signal to the Americans who they were, to indicate to them that they were not Iraqi, not military, that they were these diplomats who were trying to leave, and that they still came under fire. Again, as I said, there are still some questions about what happened, some suggestion perhaps that they were caught in crossfire. But the big question is, given the level of coordination, why is it the American forces on the ground didn't know there would be a Russian diplomatic convoy? Why, when they saw that convoy, did they open fire, and why did they continue to fire?
Sheila, we're going to lose your bird in a minute so quickly. How close were in the way the Russians tell the story, how close were they to the American soldiers when the firing started?
Well, they were pretty close, and they certainly were within eyeball distance, because the Russians say they could clearly see American soldiers and American armor. Now, again, as I said, we're hoping to hear from the Russian ambassador a little later on this morning, and so we're looking for more detail at that time. Just how far away they were, was there anything else taking place? As I said, the suggestion that perhaps it was a crossfire between American forces and some form of Iraqi forces, but that is a question that we don't know. The Russians say that they were clearly visible and that they were in a convoy which was clearly marked as a diplomatic convoy. Big question, and you can imagine, of course, the Russians have already made their displeasure pretty clear in Moscow. Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor, of course, in Moscow yesterday for meetings with the Russians. They have basically said that they are very sorry that this incident took place. The Americans at CENTCOM haven't been quite as forthcoming yet. They said that initially, of course, they said that they had no U.S. forces operating in the area, and now they're saying, well, perhaps there was something going on. As I said, circumstances not clear. The Russians have a lot of questions, and believe me, they're not very happy about this.
Sheila, thank you. We won't push our luck with the satellite there. Sheila McVicker in Damascus. Another strain to the story, and another strain in the relationship between the United States and the Russians over the war in Iraq. We have more to go. We'll take a break first. Our coverage continues in a moment.
You're going to love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me, Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
The persistence of 135 years of experience. The performance that has enabled us to work with more than half the Fortune 500. The strength of one of the largest financial services companies in America. Rely on the strength of Pacific Life.
Brent Sadler takes you inside the war in Iraq.
We've just seen an airstrike in this area behind me in Baghdad.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
I know people who refuse to settle for good enough. I know people who think working hard is the only way to work. I know people who don't believe in the words overnight success. Let me introduce you.
Comcast, proud to be Jacksonville's new cable company.
One play, one chance, $29 down. Delivers at Nimnik Pontiac. Late model car, truck, and SUV. Your choice. $29 down, $99 a month. Take your pick. $29 down, $159 a month. Huge selection. $29 down, $199 a month. You ride for $29 down. One play, one chance. Hurry to Nimnik Pontiac, Phillips Highway and Emerson Street, Jacksonville. CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We're keeping an eye on the control room on this firefight that Martin Savage is reporting with the Marines. I want to give you a broader view of the day than just one picture. However, this is that picture, and obviously Marty and his group have moved since we last left them. But that's a group of Marines. They are in an industrial area, and we'll get back to Marty in a bit. To the south first. So there are a number of things that happened in the course of the day that shaped the picture of the day and shaped the picture of this war. The citizens in Basra have been living in this kind of never land for 2 weeks of who is in charge and when would the British come in and would they come in and what was it like. So the view from there from British pool reporter David Bowden.
Come with me and let me show you what Saddam Hussein has spent some of his smuggled oil revenue on. This, remember, just one of his palaces here in Basra. We go through the big, heavy front door and into a vast entrance hallway. On the floor, as everywhere throughout, marble flooring and intricate detailing. And as we move towards the stairs, you can see throughout the house more marble, more beautiful woodwork, beautiful paneling. Every tread on the stairs is marble, as far as I can work out. The detail on some of the paneling is magnificent. Somebody spent a lot of time and a lot of Saddam's money on detailing all of this beautiful, beautiful marquetry. As we move around the corner, the crunch of glass. When the military came in here, they weren't to know that there was no opposition. But when they got here, Saddam wasn't at home. Again, perhaps ironic given what's happened. Is that a white dove of peace on Saddam's wall? Who knows? Moving further up, again, you're taken in just by the vast size of the area of this place. But for me, the best part of this house, the most beautiful part, is this delicate, almost dovecot-like roof space. Beautiful stained glass, intricate tile work, pastel colors. As you move through, again, the openness. There's not a stick of furniture in this house at all. Nobody has lived here, certainly in the last few months, I suspect, probably never. But if you wanted to go to the loo while you were here, there's one for every room, and not just any old toilet. This is what passes as a WC in Saddam's house. I'm no expert, but these fittings look, at the very least, to be made of gold plate, if not the real McCoy all the way through.
That's British pool reporter David Bowden. This is a city of 2 million people where there's not enough food right now and not enough water and a fair amount of looting going on. We'll take a look at morning papers from around the country. Short break first. Our coverage continues.
Say hello to modern technology. The new Infiniti M45, the muscle car with brains.
Whenever I see your smiling face,
the best of James Taylor.
Oh, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. just call.
For the first time, 20 of your favorite James Taylor songs are available on one CD.
I'm your handyman, rockabye, sweet baby Jane.
The best of James Taylor, available at all Best Buy locations.
All right, time to check morning papers from around the country, and the headline seems to vary very much based on when they went to press today. We'll start with the Chicago Sun-Times because it is the picture of the day. I suspect you will see this picture a lot around the country tomorrow. Palace coup is the headline, and it's American soldiers sitting in one of the Saddam palaces and having their picture taken, very much having a good time in that moment. Dallas Morning News uses the same pictures under the headline, American soldiers have foothold on Baghdad. Not sure when the Morning News goes to press, but if you go to press a little bit later, as the Detroit Free Press does, then I suspect your headline, if I can get to it, looks like that. Bombs target Hussein son. That's clearly the lead of the day. And down at the bottom, I don't know if you can get down there or not, it's a wonderful story. This is a terrific newspaper. Marine lucky until 15th missile. It's a story of a young Marine who got shot, and he calls home and he says to his wife, I've got good news and bad news. Good news is I'm coming home soon, and the bad news, he says, is I was shot. It's not very bad. He's going to be okay. That's the Detroit Free Press. Albuquerque Journal today, coming to conclusion is the headline. For the first time, we're pleased to have this. I think it's the first time. The New York Times, all the news that's fit to print. U.S. blasts compound in effort to kill Hussein is the major headline in the New York Times. And it'll be the major headline in a lot of places. And we haven't done this one before, but this was interesting to me. This is the Portland Press-Herald. This is the newspaper of Portland, Maine. And the big story really isn't the war. Baghdad airstrikes target top leaders, though it's obviously prominent. It's a local story. Jet fuel spill reaches Cove, a truck accident, and the problems that it caused. So there's a quick look at a few morning papers from around the country today. Now, another in our series of still photographers, Tom Pennington. This time, Mr. Pennington working for the Knight Ridder newspaper chain. He was in northern Iraq months before the war began, stayed there to see the Kurdish fighters facing terrifying new enemy, the suicide bomber.
My name is Tom Pennington. I'm currently located about 30 kilometers outside of Kirkuk in northern Iraq. The landscape was just amazing. They have some of the most beautiful mountains in the world. I arrived in the region the third week of January. My second day in northern Iraq, I went out to the front lines to begin to get to know the Peshmerga fighters. And I've really invested a lot of time with them. It's been quite amazing to see these guys in action, and they truly believe that it's their duty to liberate their homes from the Islamic extremists. They know the area better than anyone, and I think that's why the U.S. has capitalized on their force. That's actually a U.S. Special Forces sniper that was called in and utilized to neutralize some Ansar al-Islam fighters across a valley that were engaging a group of Peshmerga fighters. And the sniper was quite effective. This was the first incident in which Ansar was able to penetrate the front lines and effectively carry out a suicide bombing. So in many respects, it changed all the rules. So we rushed over there to find just a very chaotic, gruesome scene. Unfortunately, grief is really a part of everyday life here. The people, as you can see from the photographs, are very open about their grief. It's obviously not a situation that we would be accustomed to in the States. it's been truly a fantastic experience getting to know the Kurdish people, getting to know a very warm, rich, and loving people that have had to deal with some very, very tragic circumstances for many, many years. I have shown them photos of themselves fighting and whatnot on my computer, and they seem quite amazed and in awe. And I genuinely believe that they do understand that we're here to tell the rest of the world their plight and their struggle, and they're quite appreciative of that.
The still photos of Tom Pennington. We'll take a break. Darren Kagan updates the day's headlines. When we come back, we'll rejoin Martin Savage, who's in the middle of something with the U.S. Marines. Break first.
Beat a participating Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury dealer's price on the name brand tires we sell. 4 select tires for only $99 or less and other great deals. Plus, enter to win trips to the Caribbean or to the world premiere of the hot new movie Pirates of the Caribbean: The Curse of the Black Pearl.
Nobody can do auto service like we do.
Last night, I watched my daughter sleeping, smelling of soap and tangle-free shampoo. And suddenly the responsibility of preparing that little human being for the world was overwhelming. I'm 36 and single, and I'm strong. That's why I'm here.
If you're searching for something to believe in, or your children to believe in, our hearts, our minds, and our doors are always open. The people of the United Methodist Church.
The power of trust. America's most credible news source, year after year. The power of pictures. Images live the instant the story happens. The power of reporting. More bureaus than any U.S. television news organization. The power of CNN. The most trusted name in news.
CNN Tomorrow as U.S. troops push deeper into Baghdad, the latest on the urban warfare, plus reporters from the front lines, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
It's as low as you can go. Buy a new Nimnik Pontiac in the savings zone for only $29 down and $2,000 below invoice. New Sunfire, Bonneville, Grand Am, Grand Prix, Aztec, Montana, even the red hot Pontiac 5. Nimnik has payments as low as $129 a month. $129 a month. It's as low as you can go, but it's only for a limited time in the savings zone at Nimnik Pontiac. Fuel for the soul at Phillips Highway and Emerson Street.
Children need to understand that some insects can be beneficial, but they also need to know that many can be quite harmful. At Massey Services, our people learn pest biology, including where and how pests live. You see, Massey's pest prevention isn't about spraying pesticides inside your home. It's about preventing pests from getting inside in the first place. You see, that's the big difference. Massey's pest prevention. It's another sign of good housekeeping.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live from Kuwait City. It is just after 8 a.m. on Tuesday morning. Let's take a look at the latest headlines this hour. There apparently is some question about whether Saddam Hussein might have been buried beneath the rubble. U.S. officials tell CNN the U.S. had good intelligence that top Iraqi leaders, possibly including Hussein and his sons, were at the building in Baghdad when a B-1B bomber dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on that building. CNN sources report at least 9 dead and 13 wounded. Whether Hussein was among the casualties remains unclear at this hour. Coalition planes conducted new bombing runs over Baghdad on Tuesday morning within the last hour. This coalition jet released defensive flares, but appeared to meet virtually no hostile fire during its slow run over the city. It wasn't just Iraq's power players in the crosshairs today, it was symbols of power as well. There was new fighting Tuesday morning at a presidential palace in Baghdad. Earlier, coalition forces entered palaces in Basra and Baghdad. including the main palace, where U.S. troops reportedly helped themselves to souvenirs and made use of the presidential toilets. Soldiers also pulled down a statue of Hussein in a Baghdad park where he used to address his troops. U.S. troops may have found chemical weapons materials in a complex in central Iraq, or they may have found only pesticides. Preliminary field tests came up positive for blister and nerve agents, but U.S. officials do say those tests can show false positives. The barrels of chemicals were found buried in bunkers at an agricultural complex near Basra. Samples are undergoing further testing. Those are the headlines of this hour. Aaron, back to you in Atlanta.
Thank you, Darren. Darren Kagan, we'll see you again in a half hour. Check, hopefully, depending on what's going on in the world, the morning papers from there as well. Thank you. The headlines of the day, when we sat down here 3 hours ago, this airstrike that was intended to take out Saddam Hussein and his top leadership, and then these chemical barrels that were found that may or may not be anything. And in fact, on the program tonight, we've had two different versions of what they might be, or at least two different takes on it. One more optimistic that it was chemical weapons than the other. In either case, it will take some testing. And both of those, in the scheme of things, are big picture stories. Marty Savage is with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, in what is a classic small picture of a war. They are engaged in a firefight of some consequence now in an industrial complex. And Marty, you can pick it up from there.
Well, unlike the Army, where they have been making their presence known clearly in the center of Baghdad, the Marines have had a different task, and that is moving in from the east with specific objectives. This particular warehouse complex is the objective for the moment. This was known it was here. And it was also anticipated that there could be opposing forces hidden within the confines of what is a massive, sprawling area of dilapidated warehouses, factory buildings, and the like. A lot of side streets and side alleys. So they came in knowing that there could be the possibility of a fight, and it appears that they have found what? Not a major battle, not a major confrontation, but every bit as dangerous for those Marines involved, perhaps even more so, because you will never really know where the fire can come from. We still hear it in the distance. It's moved a little bit from our position everywhere here. We had tanks directly in the forefront of the imagery here that were firing in the buildings. There was heavy machine gun fire, 50 caliber machine guns. There's also been support fire from mortars that are placed around here by the Marines. It's all carefully orchestrated. It may look like it is not, but the Marines actually have a very sophisticated plan. They have a strong ring around the outskirts of this industrial complex, and then they have forces moving through, and they do it very carefully in a very controlled fashion, using armor on the streets, using overwhelming firepower if they are fired upon to immediately try to suppress it. If any forces inside here decide it's time to run, well, they're going to run right into other Marines that are waiting on the perimeter here. Those perimeters are controlled not only by infantrymen, but also by armored personnel carriers. The fighting right now has gone quiet, but it comes in spurts. You know, suddenly will explode again, die down, and then pick up again, as obviously they move along inside this complex.
Okay, Marty, we'll keep an eye on that, or you'll keep an eye on that more correctly. Martin Savage with the Marines, and for a pretty good description of what's going on, and that sort of thing, we dare say, is going on in lots of places all through the day. Sometimes they're covered, sometimes they're not. But it is the kind of work that the Marines are in charge of right now as the Army tries to take control of Baghdad. To the Pentagon next. Chris Plant has the late duty, and the big story out of there was this attempt to get Saddam Hussein, a moment very much like the moment of March 19th when the war began. Chris?
Hi, Aaron. That's right. It was about 3 p.m. Baghdad time that a B-1B bomber, this is a heavy long-range bomber, carries a massive bomb load, dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs, 2,000 of these satellite-guided bombs, onto a house in the Al Mansour residential neighborhood just west of downtown.
Chris, stop for a second. What you're looking at here is some firefighting, some fighting going on, firing at that building in Baghdad. Just stay with this. Whether we'll do some translating here as we go, or someone will, but these pictures are Obviously, there has some fire has come out of the building from the windows of that building, and so the Americans are trying to do something about that. And this appears to be playing out just a very short distance from where Abu Dhabi has set up that camera, and you can hear it.
إطلاق كثيف للنيران.
So small arms fire of some sort coming out of the building and something other than small arms fire going back at it. This is a situation where we have no control of the camera, so whatever Abu Dhabi TV puts up in this moment is what we're going to see. But again, fire coming outside the building, from within the building, out to the Americans on the other side, and they are trying to, in the words of the Pentagon, suppress it, stop it, end it.
قصف عنيف ومكثف.
نعم.
والنيران أيضا وأعمدة الدخان.
We asked General Wes Clark earlier tonight how long he thought this sort of thing, another part of the city, back to the other shot, how long he thought this sort of thing would go on, days, weeks, and he thought more likely days than weeks. But that's a guess.
هناك قوات أمريكية تبعد عنا عدة مئات من الأمتار البسيطة.
A response like that typically inspires a quick halt to small arms fire.
نجزم بيقين تام بذلك، ولكن من المؤكد أن هناك مواجهات عنيفة تدور في محيط وسط العاصمة. يبدو أن هناك عملية إنزال أمريكي للسيطرة على القصر الرئاسي.
نعم، كما نتابع
معك الآن
نعم
معك الآن الزميل
Just underscores the point that however optimistically the headline writers are, and however optimistically we tend, all of us, to report this these days, there is plenty of danger still out there. And it's silly to believe that all of the dangerous moments take place in front of television cameras. They don't. These are just the ones you see.
يبدو أن هناك محاولة تقدم أمريكية لدبابات ومدرعات
through tanks and armored vehicles through one of the bridges in an attempt to control that bridge.
This is CNN now translating the Abu Dhabi correspondent.
There's heavy fire around that bridge where American troops and British troops are trying to control. We will try to, from my location, I can see that this building, this is a building in the presidential complex. The troops next to this building are fighting and exchanging fire with American tanks. We can see directly, we can see bullets being exchanged, targeting the bridge from both sides, even areas surrounding and next to this bridge. Looks like there are several fires around the place.
Well, somewhere out there is or are American tanks. They're either one or more.
In several places, there's heavy fighting. through in some of these buildings where some of Iraqi troops are fighting.
We talked so much last week about urban combat and what it would be like.
We can see that
You can see it now.
are trying to hit the troops. We will try to direct our camera.
يبدو أن الكاميرا أيضا كما قيل لي هي يعني موجودة بالاتجاه الآخر. هذه البناية التي ترونها هي
building is at the beginning of the bridge who they are trying to control.
الضفة الأخرى
On the other bank
الآخر من الجسر
where the American troops are.
So this fight surrounds the control of a bridge to get across the river, according to the correspondent for Abu Dhabi TV.
أيمن أنا لا أدري إن كنت تستطيع رؤية الدخان الأسود المنبعث الآن.
I don't know. Can you see the black smoke?
Lebanese television, Lebanese broadcasting on the left side.
Black smoke
May or may not be the same thing from a different angle.
in the surrounding areas of this palace. There are some snipers around this area. There are many snipers in many locations. This black smoke, there were a group of snipers who were exchanging fire with the British and American forces since early morning. And as you saw earlier, even our offices were not safe from this bombing.
We would be surprised if in fact there were British soldiers there. It's possible.
Who preceded this fight were kind of an introduction or a beginning to facilitate for the American troops to come later in the infantry, American infantry, to follow.
Again, this is a CNN translator translating Abu Dhabi television.
They're advancing through southeast of Baghdad for American troops.
يعني هذا المحيط الذي نتحدث عنه أيمن منذ الصباح
This area that we're talking about since early morning, the presidential complex,
نعم ويبدو أن ما حوله تقريبا قد
we think that what the surrounding area
تدمير الكامل
is nearly completely destroyed. This area has been targeted since yesterday. Yesterday, Rashid Hotel, they attempted to enter. We were there. Today, early morning, they attempted again to enter the area. It seems that this area is having priority and is targeted from the British and American troops, but the Iraqis have repelled the attack and in general. And the troops were not able to have control over this area. As far as nobody knows who were in these buildings, but later, once things are calmer, we will try to find out.
When things are calmer. Just imagine for a moment, this is a picture that is literally being seen across much of the world right now. It is one of those moments where news channels around the world, everybody is watching, many people are watching exactly the same thing.
We don't know if it's an Iraqi tank or an American tank. We also are hearing artillery from a tank.
No. أصوات متابعة معك جابر. نعم أسمعها.
You can hear
أنا
the
أترك لحظة
sounds.
صوتك أسمع معك.
يعني أعتقد أن الأصوات
much more dense smoke right now in the center of your screen. It was not there just moments
And our
ago.
viewers can see for themselves the smoke and fire,
يعني باتت موجودة في أكثر من مكان.
which now in several places.
كانت الأصوات لدبابة لم نتبين حتى.
And earlier it was a sound of a tank. We don't know whether it's British, American or Iraqi.
هذا المحيط لا يبدو لا يزال يبدو
But this area
السيطرة عليه لا من قبل
is
القوات
still
الأمريكية البريطانية ولا حتى من قبل القوات العراقية. يبدو أنه
not under control, it seems, of any party, not American, not British, not Iraqi. They're still fighting over this area for control.
أنه مكان
We're trying to tell you that this area is a presidential complex area, and that is why it's being targeted. Some news earlier this morning
لسان أحد المسؤولين
mentioned that
منك جابر يقال أن أحد المباني
one of the buildings was bombed.
Again, this is as you look at. There's a lot on the screen, and as you look at the bottom third of the screen where it says Abu Dhabi TV says the Iraqis have repelled the attack, that is the view of the correspondent for Abu Dhabi TV on the scene. This is an area, one of the many presidential compounds that exist in the country or existed in the country. There is a bridge, I'm not sure it's that bridge that you see to the right. There was fire coming from this building, coming out towards the Americans. The Americans fired back, and you can see fire now burning in that building now.
10 minutes to go there. I cannot confirm what was said. It is a bit too far from our camera.
These would certainly be U.S.
wasn't there. I
tanks,
didn't see or I didn't hear anything.
not British tanks in the area. Almost certainly.
What you see is fire in this building in the presidential complex. As I mentioned earlier, you broadcasted the images which we took of the office, which was targeted by heavy bombing. A missile hit the building, and we'll have the images talk for themselves and speak for themselves.
You can see fire in at least 2 floors of that building, with a pretty good fire burning on the top floor of the building. In this exchange of gunfire that came either from the building or from the area of the building at American tanks some distance away. And in the view of the correspondent for Abu Dhabi TV, and it's only that, the Iraqis have successfully defended this position that they were trying to defend. Which may or may not be true. But that's the view that the correspondent has of this moment. And that fire does seem to be getting bigger, doesn't it, on the top floor of the building. There was, back 5 minutes or so ago, maybe a little longer now, large bursts of tank fire at that building. particularly on the left side of that building as you look at the screen.
يبدو أن في لحظة سكوننا كي نترك الصورة تعبر.
We're having these images speak for themselves. We still hear exchange of fire.
الغريب اليوم أيمن أن الطائرات يعني الأمريكية والبريطانية كانت تحلق على ارتفاعات جد منخفضة.
British and American were flying on a very low altitude.
وبث صورها ولكن يعني كانت تطير على ارتفاعات جد منخفضة.
They were flying very low.
أن حتى المضادات النيرانية أو المضادات
Even anti-craft
التي اشتهرت بها بغداد طوال سنين 12 لم
anti-aircraft were not ready and was not used.
على علو جد منخفض تمكنت من إصابة أهداف عنده وإن كان يعني معظم هذه الأهداف
managed to hit their targets.
مكانها أو
You may recall an hour or perhaps hour and a half ago seeing those A-10s circling low over Baghdad, and the description is that the Abu Dhabi correspondent is providing is not inconsistent with what might have been a mission of that A-10 about an hour ago.
Were used earlier extensively. Now, since we are in the 20th day, maybe this is as a result of weakness that they were used earlier. This building that we're watching on the screen was the planning department of planning.
Excuse me, it is the planning ministry of the Iraqi government. And that fire now burning very intensely on the top floor.
Yesterday we were there.
And burning as well on the floor 3 stories down.
Any American or British forces there. It seems there was a second attempt today, and we don't know if they succeeded or not, but an attempt were made to enter the complex, and we will know if they managed to enter the complex or not. The Americans are saying that the place you visited yesterday was the same place where the
Jane Araf is on the phone. Jane, who's been reporting from northern Iraq, has been for a long time our bureau chief in Baghdad. And Jane, you're looking at these pictures and you know this building well.
It appears to be the Prime Ministry, which used to have the office of Tariq Aziz on the banks of the Tigris. Now, earlier we were seeing Al Jazeera, the offices of the Arab satellite news channel, that had been hit, and that actually is very close to the Information Ministry. In fact, it's almost across the street, just down the river, on the banks of the Tigris River. And interestingly, that office and other offices, part of a complex of journalists' offices on the riverbank, are owned by the Journalists Union, which is headed by Saddam Hussein's eldest son, Uday. Now, we had seen those pictures of the Al Jazeera office being hit, whether it was an accident or whether it was deliberate. Obviously, many people in Baghdad will believe it was a deliberate hit on the offices of a network that has not been in favor with the U.S., to say the least. Now, they had put their offices quite close to the Information Ministry deliberately during the last few years. Any journalists there, including the Arab channels, have to work in very close cooperation with the Information Ministry.
And just again about, I'm guessing here, but I would say 45 minutes or so ago, we saw an employee of Al Jazeera apparently was wounded in some sort of action, and they were taking him out, or her out, assume him for a second, to get assistance.
That appeared to have been as a result of that hit on the Al Jazeera building. Now, that's a 3-story building right on the banks of the Tigris. The vantage point is wonderful. You can look out over the Tigris and across the city, which is how they were able to get those quite incredible shots that they got at the beginning of this war. But it's also obviously quite a sensitive location, having an office that close to the Information Ministry. And the Information Ministry had always thought to be a target. Now, again, that is a complex of buildings that are had been used by Abu Dhabi TV, is used by Al Jazeera and other Arab news channels because of their proximity to the information ministry. They are all owned by the Journalists Union, which, again, is headed by Saddam Hussein's eldest son.
So viewers, to keep them abreast of this, these are live pictures from Abu Dhabi TV. You see the 2 U.S. tanks on that bridge. And Jane Araf has been describing the area around the bridge and also the area of an earlier incident where an Al Jazeera building was hit and an Al Jazeera employee was wounded. Now, whether these... Go ahead, Jane.
I was just going to say that the thing about these targets that are being hit in all the buildings is that, as you know, very often there are military sites and other sites interspersed in residential areas. The area in Mansour, which in fact we used to live in Baghdad, where they were targeting a restaurant that was believed to be affiliated with the regime, is actually on a main street in a main residential area. Now, it would be impossible not to hit civilian casualties in places like that because it is a very dense city, as you know, and it's really packed with people. It's a huge city. They're very close together, and it was, up until now, a thriving, busy city, and places like that restaurant are just jam-packed next to houses, next to shops. Everything is intermingled.
Securing the bridge for other troops.
Jane, it must seem quite strange to you just to watch, as you saw the tank fired there, to watch this all play out in a city you lived in for a long time.
It is absolutely extraordinary to see the smoke, the tanks, the image of U.S. soldiers in a city that for so long has been so closed and under such an iron grip is absolutely extraordinary. And this is from the perspective of watching it from the outside. For those inside who are actually seeing U.S. soldiers in the street, if they dare to venture outside their homes, it must be absolutely surreal. Now, this is something that a lot of Iraqis had indeed longed for and feared at the same time, and I imagine it's still the case now, that they're watching this play out with a mixture of terror and anticipation, because it really does appear to be unclear, and would be entirely unclear on the ground if you were in your home in Baghdad at this moment, what exactly is going to happen.
What is going to happen in the next moment, or how this will all end?
How it will all end, I believe, in conversations with the people that I did live in the city and worked there for some years, they believed that ultimately, if the U.S. were serious, it could come in and change that leadership. What they weren't so confident about was how long, how painful, and how bloody that process might be. And that will still be a fear. People there were incredibly afraid that this could unleash something, that you could never get back into that box, that there would be sectarian violence. And it was very interesting that all of the fears that came out just before this war started, particularly of middle-class Iraqis, middle-class Baghdadis, who consistently expressed the fear that all the people on the outskirts of the city who had been oppressed for so many years, and we're talking about neighborhoods of Shias who had moved there in waves, Shia Muslims, moved in waves from the south, originally to find work in the city. They're now spread around the city in huge communities that had been self-contained. Saddam City, for instance, which had up to 1 million Shias in it, was always thought to be so potentially subversive that it was almost always under virtual military control. There are a lot of fears in the center of Baghdad that if things are unleashed, that if there is a period where there is a power vacuum in Baghdad, that the walls could break open, if you will, that all of these people come flooding into the city seeking revenge for the years of oppression, seeking revenge for being poor for all of these years. I mean, that's not the view of everyone, but it was a significant fear on the part of a lot of the population in Baghdad. And right now, with the electricity cut off, with not much contact, and apparently people are being prevented from going from their homes. Apparently you need to get a pass to leave your home. This is to prevent a flood of people leaving. So it is very difficult to go outside the house, which would absolutely add to the terror of not knowing what was going on down the block or down the street.
Just about 2.5 hours ago, well, a little longer than that. Your friend and colleague, Nick Robertson, reported that the rumor mill in Baghdad, from just talking to his sources, that the rumor mill in Baghdad was working overtime, and that one of the rumors that it was making the rounds is that there was going to be an uprising of some sort and some size in these Shia neighborhoods, which would in some respects might be helpful to the Americans, and in other respects would be terribly complicating depending on whether it was organized or just anarchy.
And it's always been sort of the boogeyman. It's the threat of violence from the Shias, and it's really unclear to anyone how much of that is real and how much is imagined. Now, certainly they have legitimate grievances, and we did see during all the years we were in Baghdad, uprisings very quickly put down in places like Saddam City, that Shia neighborhood on the edge of Baghdad. Now, it's basically, we can't put it too politely, it's a slum. People live in horrible conditions. They're crammed together. It's probably one of the poorest parts of Baghdad, and it is a place that is just, with the right spark, could be waiting to explode. Now, that is always a possibility and has always been a possibility, even before this war started. For instance, when Shia clerics were being killed under mysterious circumstances, essentially assassinated, there had been some riots in Saddam City that were very quickly suppressed, with people being killed and the riots put down. It was, as you know, Aaron, a very effective regime, very effectively in control. So the question has always been, what happens when you lift that control? And the feeling is that U.S. troops coming in are not going to replace those decades of iron control by Iraqi troops, and that extremely effective interlocked system of Iraqi secret police, the web of informers, the Republican Guard, the Ba'ath Party. That's the reason he survived so long, that it was extremely effective. Now, people do fear and have feared for some time that it could result in Shia violence against Sunnis, but at the end of the day, it really depends on what else is happening on the ground, whether there's a power vacuum or whether the American troops and their allies can go in and stabilize things. And right now, the feeling is that it could really very much go either way. Aaron?
Jane, just stay with us here for as long as you can. That's Jane Arraf, who for a long time was the CNN bureau chief in Baghdad, and she has been covering the war from northern Iraq. Reem Brahimi was part of the CNN crew that was not so politely asked to leave Baghdad now a couple of weeks ago. She is in Amman, and she has been watching this from Amman, and she joins us on the phone. Reem?
Yes, Aaron, well, you can see those tanks on the bridge heading clearly from the west side of the river, which is where most of the government buildings are, to the eastern side of that river, clearly trying to make its way to gather a little more ground, as it were, in Baghdad. Now, we saw earlier on pictures of the Ministry of Planning on fire. It used to be the offices of the Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz and Vice President Yassin Ramadan. This new picture again showing a bridge. I understand the Al Jazeera building may have been hit. It's a house that hosts a lot of Arab media, but mainly, of course, at Al Jazeera. It's in fact a production company that owns the house and let's say hosts the Al Jazeera reporters and crew there. Apparently, one journalist was seriously injured and another one just slightly injured, and we're hoping to bring you more details on that, Aaron, as soon as we get them. Aaron?
Okay, Reem, just stay with us here. It certainly did look like fire came against the cement brick of that building, but there's also obviously an American plane in the sky.
نعم، قد اطمأنا منذ دقائق أن الجميع نزل على الأرض، يعد أحد على السطح.
Different angle coming again across the river. There are two American tanks. You can see them on the river. And there was a very large explosion just a moment ago. Reem, you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm watching. There's a huge explosion on that other side of the bridge, near that building.
And these buildings, these low-rise buildings, do you recognize them? Do you know what they are?
Seen from this angle, I would need to have the... If I could have the camera pulled out, it would be nice. But
okay.
I would need to have a bigger view. It looks like from that direction there has to be something that links them to those government buildings. The one we saw earlier on, Aaron, the Ministry of Planning, is an interesting building because it was hit in the first 3 days of the bombing, and it was totally on fire. In fact, you could see that fire rage all day at one point. And they had blocked the road so that people couldn't actually pass by it and see it from too close, but you could see it from the other side of the river. And so it's interesting that it's been again bombed, because one would wonder what there could still be in there.
When this all began for us, when we saw these pictures come up on Abu Dhabi TV, the report was that there was fire of some sort coming from that building or that area, presumably that building.
It's an area that's not far also where the new offices of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Vice President's offices are. So it's an area with there's a concentration, if you will, Aaron, of government buildings. And when that building was bombed, the blow from the explosion there also affected the sort of commercial area in the neighborhood. So as you drove past that area, you could see all the shop windows blown out.
As Abu Dhabi TV, the correspondents have described it, this has been an area of many snipers in these high-rise buildings firing down on the Americans. There's these 2 American tanks on the bridge. It is, as you can see, the turret there turning, going up, down, and around.
Yeah.
An American fighter jet in the sky. Pretty much owning the sky. We saw a couple of hours ago, hour and a half ago, an A-10, a very kind of clunky but tough airplane working the sky without any particular fear, and may in fact have been responsible for some of the fire that you saw in that building on the top floor.
But the tanks are still seem to be not moving forward, or moving very, very slowly.
They're just holding their position. Reem, stay with us now. I want to switch phone lines, which takes just a second, and bring Jane Araf back in. Jane is in the northern part of the country, but she's also watching this. As we said earlier, much of the world is right now. At least people who are watching the news around the world, this is pretty much what they're seeing. Jane?
It's interesting, Aaron, the gunfire that we heard just a short while ago when you referred to snipers, and as Reem knows as well, that area particularly would be very prone to snipers. Now, just across from the Information Ministry is a series of buildings, very Soviet-style architecture, each one with a huge number. They look very innocuous, but they're actually, a lot of them were given as rewards, these apartments, to loyal Ba'ath Party members. And Reem and I were there during the referendum, actually, a few months ago, that consolidated President Saddam Hussein's control. There was huge celebrations, and much of the gunfire in that area, it was absolutely extraordinary. It seemed that almost every window of those apartment buildings had someone firing a gun in the air. And now, that's just down the street, obviously, from the Rashid Hotel, obviously government-owned as well. But one of the definitive features of Iraq, particularly since the first Gulf War, since the 91 Gulf War, has been how heavily armed almost everyone is. Now, Ba'ath Party people have guns, militia have guns, there's a wide group of paramilitary. When they've been training and issued guns, they hadn't always been issued ammunition, we have to say that. But there's also a huge number of illegal guns as well, certainly since that Gulf War, after 1991, there was almost a complete breakdown in law and order in that city. There was looting by former soldiers who had nowhere to go, and virtually everyone had guns in their home, and it's still a very heavily armed country. You see it in the streets almost instantly. Before, when it was under the control of Saddam Hussein, if there were an incident that threatened anything at all, a small car bomb exploding, you would see almost instantly people rushing out, these Ba'ath Party officials from the local neighborhood, all of them with arms. So the sniping is interesting, and it is going to be a constant feature, I would say, of this city, of the risks that soldiers are going to face, because behind almost every window in a lot of these neighborhoods, there could potentially be someone with arms.
And you can see, we just saw a flash to the left side, sort of midway up the screen to the left, a flash of some sort, more intense smoke in the center of the screen than was there just moments ago. This is a very active moment as Iraqis, with what weapons they have at this point, exchanging fire with 2 American tanks on a bridge, and which is not to say there isn't more American firepower in the area. We know there's a plane in the sky because we've seen it, but we can only see what Abu Dhabi TV or any of the other networks who are still allowed to broadcast out of there can show us in a moment like this. But they are perched perfectly for this piece. There was a moment a couple of minutes ago, 5 minutes ago or so, where it looked like from the balcony or the window that one of the Abu Dhabi TV cameras was located. There seemed to be what looked like it had been hit by some gunfire. You could sort of see pieces of brick or cement jumping back up. That camera is no longer available. What has happened there, we don't know, but Abu Dhabi says their cameraman is safe, and that is good news. Now, Martin Savage, just to add one more to the mix here, Marty has been with the Marines, and they have been on the move. They were engaged a bit ago in a firefight, but they are in Baghdad now, Marty, right? It's been a long road.
That's right. It is, Aaron. It has been a long road, but apparently I was told we have now officially crossed into Baghdad. We're actually, and I was looking at a map study, and not that far away from where the U.S. Army is. Of course, we are entering from the southeast. The Army entered from the southwest, but as the crow flies, it is not that far to where you would come into at least the U.S. Army sphere of influence there in Baghdad. We're pushing up through sort of the industrialized part of the city of Baghdad, which is what has brought us to this warehouse complex here today. And the fight that is still ongoing, not as chaotic, not as severe as it was. It has died down somewhat, but it is still going on. This is the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines. This was an objective, this warehouse complex here, industrial complex. It is a myriad of acres that are covered with factories, with warehouses, and other industrial sites. So just imagine an industrial park anywhere outside of Iraq, and, well, you know what it looks like here. And they have literally been going from building to building, factory to factory, warehouse to warehouse, and they have been getting some opposition. Now, it was not just the opposition that brought them here. It was also the fact that because it is an industrial complex, there was some question, apparently, intelligence indicating there might be sensitive material here, and that some of these industries might have been involved in clandestine weapons making or the manufacture of anything that might be related to weapons of mass destruction. Those warehouses are being inspected and looked at this particular time. More rounds going off here. That's why our heads jerk in that direction. But for the most part, they say they have it under control. They have been fighting it more aggressively in this urban area because there are not many civilians here. It is primarily an opposition force that they meet, and there have been casualties on the Iraqi side. None have been taken on the Marine side so far, Aaron.
And Marty, do you know who it is they are fighting? Are they fighting Republican Guard? Are they fighting irregulars? Are they fighting who?
Well, I don't know by name who they are fighting. It is an irregular force. simply measured by the amount of fire that they put out and their capability. We have not heard heavy weapons. We haven't heard things like artillery. Might have been occasional mortar fire and certainly machine gun fire, but the Marines are responding with an overwhelming force, heavy machine gun fire, anti-tank missiles, as well as tanks that are down in that complex, and armored personnel carriers returning fire. That is always standard practice. Marines say if you are firing upon a Marine, you can expect to receive tenfold in return, and that is their way of suppressing and saying, don't do that again. So they are carefully going through this complex. It's going to take some time. They've also found on site here, just out of interest, a soft drink bottling factory, a brewery, and a cigarette factory as well that is mixed in amongst this sort of myriad of buildings. So there is a lot for the Marines to go through. Obviously, those three I mentioned not high on the priority list. There are other buildings that are taking a more intensive look at by these forces.
Marty, just say, is Jane still on the phone?
I am. Hello.
Jane, are you able to tell, there's not much of a shot there to see, are you able to tell where he is? Do you know the area?
I had seen just in the earlier shot on the right-hand side of the screen, as you're looking towards it, just the edge of the Prime Ministry building's former offices of Tariq Aziz, the building that had been hit. It's that huge building on the ground level that has perhaps 5 or 6 floors, and then a tower, almost a tower above it. To the right of it, it would be just at the beginning of a bridge. Late last year, they had put up an extraordinary statue next to that building. It was Saddam Hussein with his hand raised in the air with a gun, firing a rifle into the air. And it was one of many such statues that had gone up, a symbol of Iraqi defiance, a symbol of President Saddam Hussein's defiance as these threats of war gathered. That appears to be where that is. Looking off into the distance, we're looking into the city. It's hard to tell from the shot, Aaron, but it was quite clear just a moment ago that on the edge of that was the shot of the Prime Ministry building.
Jane, you weren't able to tell what that complex of warehouses was that Martin Savage was reporting from, where the Marines are, this industrial complex with the cigarette factory and who knows what else, this huge industrial park, for lack of a better word, in the southeast part, southwest.
That's correct, yeah. We're told that this whole area here, not just this complex, but this region that we are pushing into is sort of the industrialized part of Baghdad itself. And one of the reasons you move in this area, obviously, is in support of coming up from the east. The other is there are a lot of, apparently, sites here that they're very interested in taking a look at. We understand that there are other Marines working on other objectives today. I'm not quite clear I can report on those just yet, but there have been other significant gains that have been made today beyond just going into this complex.
Was there, among the Marines you're traveling with, when it was clear that they had entered Baghdad proper, they're pretty busy guys right now, was there any reaction to that?
No, I'm not sure if they know officially. This has been one of those goals that you've been driving to get to for so long, you ever wonder if you're going to get there. There was no sort of rousing cheer, no sort of marking of the moment of crossing into Baghdad. I wasn't aware of it until I looked on the map and was meeting with the colonel. So I don't think the Marines are fully aware that they are inside of Baghdad. They've always been told they're getting close. Maybe the news will sink in a little bit later. I don't think it's really that significant to them until they start seeing something they recognize as a city. Right now, what they're looking at is just one big industrialized area, Aaron.
Every soldier in the country, every Marine in the country, every American, and I suspect every British soldier too, and British Marine, has been told the road home goes through Baghdad. That's how you get home from this thing. And you would think just the fact that you have made it that far would mean something.
Well, it's a long way for the Marines. As you know, this is the farthest the Marines have ever gone away from shore in any sort of conflict. So that just getting here alone, logistically, mechanically, and militarily, is a tremendous achievement on the part of the Marines, aside from whatever successes they may have achieved on the battlefield. The fact that they have come this far has never before happened in the history of the whole Marine Corps. So that's significant unto itself. And yes, as you know, the Marines realize that going home, you have to go through here first. The closer they've gotten, well, then they feel the closer they're getting to home. No one is saying it is over yet, But you do hear casual conversations about things like, well, I wonder how we're going to get all the vehicles back, and I guess we have to drive all the way back to Kuwait before they can actually go home. So their minds still focused on the fight, beginning to dream a little bit about home.
Marty, explain for our viewers that in how, in a sense, the Marines are set up differently from the Army. It is about 350, they've traveled about 350 miles, and that's a long way for the Marines to set up supply lines. They're not set up that way?
No, well, they're set up with supply lines, but a little bit differently. A Marine unit, say an expeditionary force, which might be about 2,200 individuals, the Marines always like to have everything they need with them. In other words, they don't set up a situation where they pull forward and then say, oh, we should have had some bridges, or oh, we should have had more aviation assets, or we should have had this. They design each of the MUs, as they call those, to be independent fighting forces, so that everything they need, whether it be the old beans, bullets, and the bandages, they've got everything with them, and anything they believe they need travels with them at all times. Now, resupply, of course, has to come from northern Kuwait, and that is what has been coming as far as the food and the fuel, and sometimes ammunition. But as far as being able to sustain themselves in the field, they travel at all times with at least enough to fight for 15 to 30 days at a time. And that is one of the significant differences between, say, how the Army operates with a huge logistics train in trail behind them. The Marines push and pull everything forward with them as they go.
And one of the things about this operation for both the Marines and the Army that has made it complicated is that it is a long supply line. Just, Marty, so you're aware, and you'll know the term, we've got a big little up, and in the big screen we can see an American jet over Baghdad. There are 2 American tanks on a bridge, and your colleague Jane Araf is on the phone as well. So just to get you caught up on where we are, there's a lot going on the screen right now. And can you see that plane up there?
Well, there are planes overhead. I mean, I was just wondering whether it was, in fact, the same aircraft. I can't see it with the overcast we have here. But you mentioned it, and no sooner had you said it, there's one overhead.
We talked, all of us, Marty, you did, and all of us talked last week about what urban warfare might be like once the Americans got there. Now the Marines are there, the Army's been there, and we are watching on our screen at least one form of urban combat. These 2 American tanks on the bridge, a planning ministry on fire. Jane, what are we looking at there? Can you, if you can...
Aaron, I'm afraid I'm probably seeing a slightly different picture than you are. Okay. What I am seeing is that square with the mosque behind it, very close to the Palestine Meridian Hotel.
Okay.
Which is where the
that is also what we're seeing, Jane. That's also what we're looking at.
Okay, this is a lot of smoke in the sky, obviously. It's a small mosque that was renamed after one of the revolutions. It's a lovely jewel-like mosque, and just in the foreground what we're seeing is something that sort of defined Saddam Hussein's improvements of Baghdad, his unification after the war and continuing. It's a series of pillars, and each one of them actually has his initials carved into it, a feature of his architecture, actually. He likes to put his stamp on things. There had been a statue of him. We were actually at the inauguration of that statue. There were sheep slaughtered, Ba'ath Party officials. It was quite an amazing occasion, obviously a very different picture now. And this appears to be taken from the Palestine Meridian Hotel, where journalists had relocated to after they fled the Rashid Hotel, which appears to be more of a target. Aaron?
Jane was the bureau chief in Baghdad for a good long while and was expelled, but is now in the northern part of the country and has been reporting from there on the Kurdish forces and their efforts. Her colleague in Baghdad, Reem Brahimi, also expelled from the country, is watching all of this unfold from her perch in Amman, Jordan. And Reem is on the phone.
Aaron, you can see in front there the mosque that's right across from the Palestine Hotel, which is where all the journalists stay. And there's a place there that was actually the statue of Saddam Hussein was unveiled recently. There are fountains there. Typically on a summer evening, children would go and play, and families will go and camp out and picnic on the grass there. That area is, there are much less government buildings, but there are also quite a few buildings belonging to the secret services or various intelligence corps in that area. The Red Cross is also not too far, and the Health Ministry as well. So there's a good mix of so-called civilian and governmental facilities, if you will, there. And it's just across the river, interestingly enough, from the palace where all the activity took place yesterday, and where the U.S. troops made their incursion. Interestingly enough, this is why when the information minister, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, spoke to reporters, you could literally see the fire burning in the palace behind him across the river while he was denying the presence of U.S. troops in his country.
This is, just stay with me, Aaron. Stay with us. This is, excuse me, this is tape now of what occurred about 45 minutes or so ago. That we believe is, Reem, correct, that's the planning ministry. She's not seen it. Okay, got it. The planning ministry building, and it was hit several times and rocked. And then over the next 35 minutes or so, fire breaks out on the top floor and on a lower floor, 3 floors down from the top. There was some shooting coming back at the Americans from this building, but it certainly may well have been targeted anyway. It is a government building. A blast from one of the 2 American tanks. And again, these pictures are taped. At this moment, that building is burning. How much of it is in flames, we don't know, because that, I believe that's the camera, the Abu Dhabi camera that got taken out in some way. The cameraman's okay, but there was gunfire at that balcony where that camera is perched, and we have not seen that camera since. So what you're looking at is tape from about 45 minutes or so ago. It's always hard when looking at these things to know how exactly they will resolve. This could go on for hours. Martin Savage has been involved in this clearing of an industrial complex. That could go on for hours and hours. So it's not clear how these things ever exactly resolve. But no one doubts that eventually they resolve in the Americans' favor. The Americans have so much more firepower than do the Iraqis on the ground. They can bring to bear air, and have in this. They can bring in these heavy tanks and the Bradleys, and there are, from the reporting we've heard just earlier, you're down to, on the Iraqi side, just a few dozen tanks that haven't been destroyed. You can just see in the smoke there, just barely see in the smoke in the center of your screen, the 2 American tanks. And that makes it a lot easier to see when they fire that way. Reem, I know you are not, Reem, looking at exactly what we're looking at, but we are looking at the two tanks on the bridge, and for those who joined our coverage at the top of the hour, just describe again generally this area that we are looking at.
Aaron, that's an area where literally you have the two sides of the river. The west side is the side where you have the most government buildings. That's where the palace that was taken by the U.S. troops yesterday is. It's also where the Rashid Hotel and the Ministry of Information is, the Foreign Ministry is there, so a lot of government sites. There are also those buildings that Jane was referring to that are actually buildings where a lot of government employees, members of the ruling Ba'ath Party live. We were discussing the possibility of snipers. Definitely most people in those building lots have weapons, and as Jane was mentioning, we heard that during the referendum, firing shots coming from all over the balconies in that area. And then just across that river, interestingly, is the east side with much less government buildings. That's where the Palestine Hotel is, where journalists are staying, and which is why you're able to get that view on the other side. Journalists have been able to put their cameras there. The Ministry of Information, having been bombed, is not being used for journalists. They actually moved their press center to the Palestine Hotel, which allows, obviously, the Iraqi government to maintain some form of control on the journalists. As you know, yesterday they weren't allowed to go out immediately, but the information minister did come and talk to them, telling them, even as the palace was literally burning behind them across the river, that the U.S. troops hadn't made it into Baghdad and had been surrounded and slaughtered by Iraqi troops.
Reem, stay with us here. Marty, can you add to this from where you are?
Well, what I was going to add to you when we were talking about the success militarily so far for the United States and its forces as well as the coalition, and we talked about the supply lines, obviously, and you pointed this out already, it is the fact that the U.S. dominates the air. Had Iraq had an effective air force of any kind, this would have been a much different fight and a much different outcome, perhaps, especially when you talk about these huge convoys of vehicles that were rolling up to Baghdad, whether they be attack vehicles or whether they be the logistics and support vehicles. You simply could not have had that rolling fuel train going on if there had not been any sort of complete control of the skies. So this would have been a totally different approach to this conflict had Iraq had a fighting air force that was capable of striking. And it also points out, had the paramilitary units focused more or been better organized on that supply line, they really could have hit a critical juncture that would have slowed the advance significantly. That opportunity has now come and gone. The supply lines have been reinforced, but in the early days they were quite tenuous and very vulnerable.
Right, we remember units that were eating one meal a day. The Iraqis had an air force, it obviously would have changed the way the war started. You couldn't, the tactics of the war would have changed, but I don't recall at any point in this an Iraqi plane ever being in the air.
No, we've not heard of any, and the only aircraft I've heard being destroyed have all been on the ground.
Yeah.
And we continue to know that there are other airfields that are being taken. And it's not because they fear planes are going to take off. They aren't flying.
Marty, hang around. Reem, join us.
I just wanted to jump in to say, indeed, I mean, that whole tactic, so there would have been very little the Iraqis would have done with the limited amount of planes that they did have that were still functioning, especially if you look at the way this whole campaign has been built up on the U.S. side. You remember, of course, those regular attacks in the no-fly zones in the south and the north of the country, and that was really aimed at gradually degrading the capabilities of the Iraqis by degrading not only their anti-aircraft but also their radars and a lot of their facilities, and it did achieve, it seems to at least have achieved that. Now, on the side of the Iraqi leadership, there was always the understanding, the clear awareness, at any rate, that they would not be able to be a match technologically. In many of the meetings that President Saddam held with his military commanders ahead of the war, one of the things that he was quoted as saying regularly was, they are technologically superior, they have planes, they have technological superiority, but we can still fight, and we can still beat them on the ground. But I think by that, what he meant by that, it appears the strategy of the leadership, looking, of course, with in hindsight, would have been to try and make it very difficult. So again, something the Iraqi leadership said very openly, we will make it as difficult for them as we can. The aim being that if it dragged on long enough, and if it were something that could impose a lot of casualties on the U.S. side, they would be trying to hope that the public opinion in the West and in the U.S. would have enough and would call the war to a halt. And I think that was one of the only hopes that the Iraqi regime had been looking at in terms of their strategy and their way out. Aaron?
Just for viewers there, we'll see if the cameraman can find it again. That plane that flew through your screen for a while, and there it is again. We would believe that is an A-10. We've seen it before tonight, and it's a very solid airplane. It can take a lot and dish out a lot. It's kind of low flying, a little clunky. It's not the most nimble of airplanes. It flies low, it's very durable, and it is providing what military people would call close air support. It gets close, and it's got these 23 millimeter cannons, and it is a workhorse. Remember, just a week or so ago, Bob Franken, who was at an air base in Iraq, correspondent Bob Franken, talking about these A-10s going out after tanks. They are workhorses, but they are not sprinters out there. And so you need an environment that is very safe for them. They do have flares to deflect missiles fired at them, but they don't have much maneuverability up there, and they can be vulnerable. And the fact that they're operating in broad daylight under these conditions gives you some idea of how confident the Americans are that they totally own the sky now, that there's really very little, if any, or much of a threat. There's obviously some threat, but very little. There's obviously some threat because there are in the world today, and certainly in Iraq, hundreds and hundreds of shoulder-launched missiles that, in an unlucky moment for an American pilot in an A-10, could bring it down. But these are very sturdy planes, these A-10s. Chris Dickey is the Mideast bureau chief for Newsweek magazine, and we were going to talk to him actually a bit ago, and we've all been caught up in this moment, but he's with us now, and we'll bring him in now. Chris, we'll just keep an eye on what's unfolding here, because there's no reason to believe it's going to resolve. The last time we talked to you, I believe it was a Saturday or a Sunday, very early in the war, and your view was very pessimistic of how the Arab community would react to it all. Are you any less pessimistic now? Have you seen anything in the last 2 weeks that have changed your view?
Well, no, not really. I think that there are a couple of important things to remember about what's happening right now. We may own the skies, and we may have tanks in Baghdad, and we may have a lot of desert under American control, but very little of the Iraqi population is under control. And as the U.S. moves to try and bring more and more populated areas under coalition supervision, control, policing, there's likely to be a lot of low-intensity conflict and a lot of civilians getting killed. The attack today on this supposed command meeting is in Mansour. It's sort of like hitting Chevy Chase or Bethesda. You're going to wipe out a lot of civilians in an operation like that, and already the civilian casualties have mounted tremendously over the last 3 or 4 days as the U.S. has been moving into Baghdad. All of that plays with Arab public opinion in an extremely negative way, because while Americans are looking at a story of victory, the rest of the world, especially the Arab and Muslim world, is looking at a story of victims. And that's still creating an enormous divide that we're going to be living with for a long time.
So while Americans may take some considerable satisfaction in that many Americans may take some satisfaction in this attack that was designed to get Saddam Hussein and perhaps his sons and perhaps many of the leaders of the government and perhaps some intelligence officials, the rest of the world, particularly the Arab world, is going to say yes, but they dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs in a neighborhood.
Well, exactly, especially if there's no proof that the Americans got the guys they were going after. I mean, you've seen the video of that crater. You know what it looks like. It's bigger than a swimming pool. And if Saddam was in there, he's probably just some sticky stuff at the bottom. It's going to be very hard to prove to the Iraqi people or to the Arab people that Saddam is really dead, even if he was in that building. And that's why the administration, that's why the Pentagon is being very tentative about this. The last thing they want to do at this stage is say, yeah, we got the guy, and then have him pop up on TV a day or 2 or 3 from now, a little bit the way Osama did over time, Osama bin Laden.
And for different reasons, it's important to, there are different reasons why the Arab world at large would need to see results, if you will, and from the Iraqi people might react differently if they knew Saddam was dead or the regime was dead. The strategy, Chris, as you know, is predicated on the idea that the Iraqis will, once they are sure that the regime has fallen, will welcome the Americans in celebration.
Well, yeah, but you know, welcome doesn't seem like an appropriate word anymore, does it? I mean, the war's almost 3 weeks old. The U.S. has moved all through Iraq into various parts of Iraq. It hasn't actually been welcomed anywhere it's been. It's being tolerated. The troops now, the British troops, are being tolerated in Basra. They're not being welcomed. The U.S. presence is being tolerated in Najaf. They're not being welcomed. So it's a question, you know, when they think the witch is dead, when they think Saddam is completely gone, are they going to erupt in jubilation? Maybe briefly, but this is a whole different proposition than anyone expected going into this war. It's a much less comfortable situation for the United States than was hoped for, certainly by a lot of people who advocated this measure.
So, Chris, you think that this notion that of the last 2 weeks, really, that the administration and the Pentagon both have been saying that once they're sure that Saddam is dead, then they will celebrate. But right now, as a British commander put it last week, we're still someone on probation. Do you think that notion is oversold?
Well, I think the idea of people pouring out of the streets and celebrating is oversold. I think there is going to be some of that. But there are a lot of things working here. First of all, it's just the reign of terror of Saddam that's existed really for about 35 years. You know, before you can talk about democracy for the Iraqi people, you're going to have to talk about deprogramming them. They've had this built into them, this reign of fear. So that's one thing. But there's another thing. It's just basic honor, dignity, pride that is under assault by a foreign invasion, especially an invasion by what are essentially Christian troops. That's not taken too kindly here. In terms of the rest of the Arab world, they look at what's going on in Iraq and they say, oh yeah, we've seen that before. That looks exactly like the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territory, or reoccupation that's taken place over the last year. So it's just not playing out very well politically. And the thing to keep in mind about this war constantly is that it's not just a military war. Our troops have done a great job. The battle plan is clearly a brilliant plan, very well adapted to American resources and very well adapted to crushing any kind of strong military resistance by Iraq. But the other side of the war is political, and there we are very far from winning the war.
One or two other things. Is the United States, are U.S. interests in worse shape 3 weeks later than they were on the 19th of March in the Arab world?
Oh, I think so. I think so.
And how does that manifest itself?
A lot of change. Well, I think you're going to see a lot of changes. It's like a cataclysm for the Arab world. This is, even for American friends, this is a kind of a humiliating experience. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to who sort of said, well, you know, this is really humiliating and I'm really, really angry, but, well, what can we do? We'll have to go with it. We'll have to make the best of it one way or another. The idea in Washington, in some circles in Washington, is that's all you can hope for, because the Arabs are never going to like us anyway. They're always going to hate us anyway. They're always going to hate Israel anyway. But it doesn't create an environment that really is peaceful and stable. It creates an environment of tolerance, acquiescence, and anger. And eventually that erupts in unpredictable ways. The most obvious way, of course, is with terrorism. and terrorism against Americans almost anywhere in the world. But I wouldn't expect to see that for a little while now. There's going to be a little breathing space. If the U.S. can, I don't want to go on here too long, Aaron, but if the U.S. can really turn this around very quickly on the ground once Saddam is gone, if they can create a credible government, if they can build the confidence of the Iraqi people, then there is some hope. But I don't see a lot of indication that there has been enough thought and enough effort, and that there's enough staying power and enough ability in the United States to carry out that program.
And just help me understand what turn it around quickly means. Are we talking 6 months, 3 months, or 2 years?
Well, a lot has to do with the patience of the United States. You know, you go in, you occupy a country, especially a country as complex as Iraq, and what you want to do, the objectives of that occupation in terms of American official policy are to keep Iraq unified, keep the people from tearing it apart by fighting each other, and at the same time try and build some kind of democratic framework. And the real risk for the United States is that instead of stabilizing the country, it will simply walk into the middle of all these intramural fights between Kurds, Shia, Sunni, within the Shia community, within the Sunni community, and that all of a sudden, just as the Israelis found they were in Lebanon in 1983, and the Americans too, we will become the enemy rather than the liberator, and we will be the enemy of any faction that we're not supporting. So how long to stay? Do we stay until it's stable, or do we do what we did in Lebanon and in other places? Finally decide, a pox on all their houses, let's walk away, good luck guys, we're not going to stay here and get blown up anymore.
Well, if that were to happen, that would be a stunning outcome, Chris, in all of this. Chris Dickey, the Mideast Bureau Chief of Newsweek magazine. General Don Shepard is on the line, and he has been watching this play out, and these things always look different to our analysts, our military analysts. What have you been seeing, General?
Well, I've been watching the air picture that you've been watching on your screen there, Aaron, and what you've got is repeated attacks, or at least repeated passes by an A-10 or a flight of A-10s more than likely on targets. Now, these people are definitely in radio contact with the Air Force forward air controller embedded with the Army or the Marines, depending on where the target is. The flares that you saw coming out earlier are there. Sometimes they're precautionary. Sometimes they are what we call pickled off, or you press a button and they dispense. Because you see yourself being attacked by a shoulder-fired missile, or the forward air controller on the ground will tell you chaff, chaff, which means hit the chaff button, which dumps flares and chaff, because he sees a rocket being fired at you that you can't see yourself. Also, a precautionary, you'll dump them on as you make your approach, and then on pull-off. Your words about the A-10 are right on. It's a 30-millimeter Gatling gun. It'll pierce armor. It appears that they are strafing with that gun to me as I listen to it and watch it. And it's very maneuverable and very tough. It'll take small arms fire, but one shoulder-fired rocket can bring this thing down. So it's dangerous, and they're making low passes.
And these, when we see the flares come off it, that is to literally confuse the rocket if it's fired, or to confuse the person firing the rocket?
No, to make it very simple, what it does is decoy. It's the infrared shoulder-fired missile is fired at the airplane because the airplane is hotter than the background of the sky. So it tracks that hot spot from the airplane engines. The idea behind the flares is to dump out behind the airplane. They're hotter than the airplane, and the shoulder-fired missile goes for the flare rather than the airplane is the idea.
Okay, General, stay with us for a minute. Nick Robertson is on the line. Nick, are you able to get calls in through to Baghdad?
I've been on the line with Baghdad this morning. First time we talked was just after sunrise this morning, and I've been keeping in touch with what's been going on there with my sources there and the pictures we've been seeing, yes.
And what are you seeing in all of this? What do you think the ultimate target is here?
What I'm seeing is the coalition extend its area of operation in Baghdad. We'd seen them on the first day arrive at the airport. We've seen them the next day probe into town and withdraw. We saw them yesterday probe into the government area, into presidential palace area on the west banks of the Tigris, hold that position. Then this morning we saw two of the Abrams tanks pull out over that Al Jumeirah bridge as if to go over to the east bank of the Tigris. Very much they're pulling out, then they pull back, they put themselves on display. They also appear to target what they thought was a hostile position, which turned out to be a camera position, looking at them, giving us those close pictures, the coaxial gun chipping up the cement just beneath the camera, and then a large explosion just in front of the camera a minute or so later. But it very much appears as what the coalition is doing, what it said it set out to do in the city, which is not to threaten the population, but to show the population they're there, show them that they intend to stay, show the Iraqi leadership that they are beginning to control more and more of the city. It's not clear if they intend to cross over the bridge into the eastern side of Baghdad. Certainly that would be a different operating environment for them. The area they've been in until now has been fairly wide roads, fairly open ground to a degree around the presidential palace area, government buildings, but again a fairly open area. If they cross that bridge, they'll get into a much more residential area, tighter streets, higher buildings around them. Normally would be a very busy shopping area, but it would put them in a different, potentially different environment, but it would definitely put them in ground they haven't been on yet. That's their stated purpose, to take control of more areas of the city and send a psychological message to the Iraqi leadership that they're there to stay. They intend to control more of the ground, but not try and get drawn into urban fighting with the Fedayeen and Republican Guard. And what we've seen this morning by just probing out on the bridge, not going over the cusp of the bridge and pull back, perhaps the early stages of that. But very definitely those Abrahams putting themselves on display for the population east of the river there in Baghdad, a population that hasn't visibly seen them yet themselves. And we know from our sources talking to people in the city yesterday, they were all in the city of Baghdad very surprised at how little opposition the Republican Guard had put up the coalition forces, and the people of the city figuring that their leadership has not been telling them the whole truth up until now, Aaron.
Okay, Nick, I know you're not able to see the pictures that are rolling now, so let me just explain again. This is tape, and that was something that Nick described just a bit ago at the camera location where the Abu Dhabi TV cameraman was. He is not there anymore. He is okay, but Al Jazeera is now reporting that one of its reporters was killed, has died in this airstrike in Baghdad this morning, now Tuesday morning in the city. The Abu Dhabi TV cameraman, was quite honestly was lucky to get out with his life, as you could see from that explosion. Here, this is a while back, we believe the Al Jazeera employee, correspondent, being taken out, and they were trying to get him medical attention, and you'll see that they put him in a station wagon or a four-wheel drive that has press markings on it. But Al Jazeera now reporting that one of its reporters has died. And Nick, briefly, if you will, I know you can't follow all these tape pictures, but briefly, the Al Jazeera building is where in proximity to what we've been watching?
Well, Lauren, if you don't mind, if I just take a moment to say, I don't know which of the Al Jazeera correspondents have died, but over my time in Baghdad, I've become very close to some of them and know them very well. They're very good colleagues, and my heart goes out to them and their families at this time. This is obviously deeply disturbing to know one of one's friends and colleagues has died.
Nick,
their location was very close to the bridge, where their location, Aaron, was very close to the bridge where the two tanks were. It was closer than it was between the Abu Dhabi television's location and the bridge where the two tanks were, Aaron.
Okay. The reporter's name, according to Al Jazeera, was Tariq Aboud, and he has died in this conflict. Another reporter, as that number grows.
Indeed, this is a very costly war for journalists as well as the combatants as well, Aaron, indeed.
Well, it is that. It's been a bad 3 or 4 days now for journalists, and obviously the closer journalists are allowed to come, the greater the risk, though not all of these deaths have come in combat or because of hostile exchanges. Michael Kelly last week died in an auto accident. David Bloom died David Bloom of NBC died of what appear to be natural causes. But it is a high price that news organizations are paying, and Chris, this is Chris Dickey of Newsweek. We've got about 2 minutes here before we have to hit a break. Is there a lot of concern in the Newsweek offices about the safety of your guys over there?
Sure, we worry all the time. We've had some very close calls. Scott Johnson, the first few days of the war, really narrowly escaped with his life when he got stuck between American troops and Iraqi troops. Melinda Liu, of course, is in Baghdad, right in the thick of it. She's one of our most experienced correspondents. She's been covering wars for more than 20 years, but we worry about her all the time. And then, of course, we've got people embedded with troops all over the battlefield, so we worry a lot.
And as this conflict gets into, as this war gets into close quarters, where you're talking about snipers in buildings and the rest, the risk to everyone, the risk to soldiers, the risk to reporters, the risk to civilians, the risk to everyone changes. And so now, and Al Jazeera cameraman Tariq Aboud has died. Martin Savage with a group of Marines are making their way into Baghdad. They have been involved in a clearing out operation at an industrial park. They have exchanged fire with Iraqi irregulars, but they have suffered no casualties in their location. This is tape from perhaps an hour ago now of the Al Jazeera, of course, cameraman being taken into an SUV, and they were trying to get him help. That is a mosque in the center. You see the statue to the right of your screen. How long this particular exchange will go on is impossible to know. The Americans could at some point say, we have done what we wanted to do. We have shown the citizens of this part of Baghdad that we are here, and whatever else they are hearing is untrue. They know that now. Or they could press forward across that bridge and continue on. That is an option they have, and it's just something we'll have to watch unfold. We're going to, our coverage on CNN is going to join now CNN International's coverage, and that will take you through the next couple of hours, and we'll watch how this all plays out. We'll see you again tomorrow night.
Welcome back to our coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City, and a welcome to our viewers in the United States joining our coverage. Before we took a break, we were talking to James Kitfield of the National Review. He's with Fifth Corps, National Journal, my apologies again. James, you were telling us earlier about this attack on the so-called leadership target, but I understand you can also talk a little about the decision to keep US forces in Baghdad overnight for the first time. Was that to maintain the foothold? What are you being told?
I'm being told, but you know, and I was read into the plan for that before it happened, and it was planned as another one of these thunder runs, which are these sort of hit and withdraw strikes to sort of prove a point that they have access and control of parts of the city. They met less resistance than they anticipated, and as everyone now knows, they went right downtown. The units on the ground argue that they should be able to stay. That was discussed at higher echelons, and they were given the okay to go ahead and stay in those positions overnight. What I'm being told is they passed a pretty quiet night, but now are being attacked by some technical vehicles and Fayadeen coming from the east side of the city, the Shiite part of the city. But as it's been described to me, is that they're quite happy with that circumstance. They would rather these guys come to them than have to root them out house to house. So they're quite pleased by the developments this morning.
James, my next question may well be impacted by the rules of embedded reporting, but we were looking earlier and reporting on 2 US Abrams tanks on one of the main bridges about a third of the way over in Baghdad. Is there anything you're able to tell us about that and what may be occurring in the city at the moment?
I don't know about that bridge. I've heard some discussion this morning, but again, it's nothing that I've been able to confirm.
All right, James, let's go back, if we will, before, because we've had more viewers joining us from around the world, about the attack on the leadership target. This clearly was what the US would consider to be first-rate intelligence for them to drop such a large amount of ordnance in a residential area.
I think that's right, and of course they have teams of special forces as well as national intelligence, and I think you can probably read into that CIA and others who are out there searching for Saddam. This is, you know, Fifth Corps. I should describe sort of the breakdown in mission. Fifth Corps' mission is to take Baghdad. It is not to search out Saddam Hussein and his inner circle. That's been left to higher echelons who are controlling that. But obviously those things come through this headquarters, so they're read into what is going on. And as I understand it, again, there was pretty reliable intelligence, or at least strong intelligence, that Saddam was having lunch with one of his sons in a bunker that they had identified, and they fired these very heavy bombs, these 2,000-pound JDAM bombs, an attempt, bunker buster bombs, I was told, an attempt to try to take them out.
I'm not sure if you can even speak to this, but one would assume from the damage there, how would the US establish whether Saddam Hussein was indeed in there, and is any effort being made to confirm that?
I don't have the specific intelligence that they had, and if I did, I couldn't relay it to you anyway. I mean, we all know the various means. There's signal intelligence, communications that are sometimes intercepted. These people are now eyes on the ground in Baghdad, so you can imagine they're getting lots of information from human intelligence, of people who they're talking to who might know where Saddam is. But what the specific intelligence was that they were acting on here, I do not know.
All right, James, thanks very much for your input. James Kitfield of the National Journal joining us there from Fifth Corps. A very major explosion in that area. James talking there about bunker buster bombs, 2,000-pound bombs, more than one, up to 4, we're told, causing that massive explosion in a residential area of Baghdad. The US saying that it had very credible intelligence that Saddam Hussein, and James adding the detail there that Saddam Hussein and perhaps one of his sons were having lunch in a bunker underneath one of the buildings that has now clearly been destroyed. Reem Brahimi is following events from Amman in Jordan, working the phones, working her contacts. So Reem, bring you in here now to tell us what you've been hearing.
Well, I've been hearing pretty much what you've been hearing as well, Michael, that those huge bunker-busting bombs, as they call them, hit this residential neighborhood known as Al-Mansur. Al-Mansur is also the area where a lot of the embassies are located. And that area was also, that area in particular that was hit, you could see earlier on the restaurant that was just in front of the two houses that I gather were hit. It's an area that's actually quite popular. It was also one of the few areas until yesterday in which I heard people were still moving around, because in that neighborhood, in fact, people didn't actually really see the U.S. troops moving in. The U.S. troops, when they went and made their incursion in the palace, took the direct highway from the airport, so they didn't actually go through any of these neighborhoods. And people there kind of felt they could still move around. Now, I understand that there were quite a few casualties. Definitely the damage done to these houses is huge. People in that part of town would rarely have seen that, especially because since the beginning of the war, Michael, a lot of the buildings that were hit were mostly government buildings. A lot of times they had been hit at night, and a lot of what was hit was also on the periphery and in the outskirts. So this really brings, again, the battle to the heart of the Iraqi capital and to residential. This is more of an upper middle class neighborhood as well. Michael?
Yeah, and Reem, as you point out, this particular strike happened during the day, the afternoon. James Kitfield telling us that perhaps the intelligence was suggesting that Saddam Hussein, perhaps one of his sons as well, having lunch in a bunker there. Reem, I don't know if you can confirm this. We're getting reports initially that Iraqi television in Baghdad had not shown any newscasts this morning. It is now about 10:40 a.m. in Baghdad. Had not shown any newscasts in the latest bulletins coming from the Reuters news agency. Their reporters inside Baghdad is that Iraqi television is now off the air. Do you know about that? You heard anything?
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything for the moment, Michael. We'll be bringing you more details on that a little later on, hopefully. Iraqi TV, as you know, has been one of the targets for the U.S.-led coalition. But there have been questions as to why it wasn't hit earlier, why it wasn't hit with more strength and determination. Because it has been, until as far as last night, been able to continuously put out pictures of the president, pictures of some of his advisors, the military briefings, the briefings by the information ministry, and there have been a lot of questions as to why they've allowed that sign, that signal that the U.S. leadership has been trying to put out, that it is still in charge and in control. One of the reasons we were told initially was that it was also very useful for the U.S. To be able to monitor what was on Iraqi TV. Of course, now it has been seen more as it's a very powerful tool in Iraq, and it has certainly been one of the tools that the Iraqi regime has used in order to maintain control for a long time over the people of Iraq. So it's not surprising that it would have been, again, one of the main targets, as the Ministry of Information was at one point as well. Michael?
All right, Reem, thanks very much. Reem Brahimi giving us a perspective from her contacts. She's reporting to us from Amman, Jordan. I want to just go back over what has been occurring in the last few hours. We've already heard about the attack, the strike on the so-called leadership target, but there's been developments in the heart of Baghdad in the last few hours. We've been talking about a couple of U.S. Abrams tanks that moved onto a bridge, a key bridge in the center of Baghdad. They moved about a third of the way across this bridge. They stopped, they backed up. There was firing going on, both small arms fire coming from the tanks and from the cannon as well. And you can see there what was happening, little forays forward and then back again, perhaps testing Iraqi defences on the other side, whether they were willing to open up and in a way therefore reveal their positions. There was a wire report earlier from Reuters saying that there had been exchanges of fire on the bridge, but we haven't been able to confirm that ourselves. We've seen it going one way. Also Abu Dhabi television location, which is from which this picture was taken earlier, also fired upon by small arms fire. Difficult to tell from where. It certainly appeared to me to come from one of the tanks. We saw some firing coming from the tank, small arms fire. Also some missiles were dropped, or it could have been artillery, very difficult to tell again. Warplanes flying over Baghdad. There were some bombs dropped, if not on or in, but certainly near the Iraqi Information Ministry, and plumes of black smoke were billowing up from that area. Now, one of our embedded correspondents, who many of you would be very familiar with by now, Martin Savage, is going to join us now live. Martin, I understand you are in Baghdad now yourself. Tell us as much as you can under the rules of embedding, where you are, what's been happening to you.
Well, the Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, entered officially into Baghdad early this morning, just at first light, crossing over a canal that brought us into the city limits itself. We are approaching from the southeast. The Army, as you know, has been approaching from the southwest and west. As the crow flies on a map, as you look at it, we are not that far away from U.S. Army forces. We are more in the industrialized part of Baghdad itself, so the landscape does not necessarily look like downtown Baghdad, but it is, in fact, the Baghdad city limits that we are in. We're going to show you some video now this morning as the Marines came in. This is going to look more like jungle warfare than it does look like actual city limits. But this is because you have a mixture of that on the outskirts of Baghdad. This is a grove of palm trees, quite a significant one, in which they found a lot of Iraqi military hardware, anti-aircraft guns, radar arrays, and other heavy weaponry that was secluded in the trees. Doesn't necessarily look like it was ready to be fired, but it was certainly in a position where it wouldn't take long. The Marines went on a heyday there using incendiary grenades and regular grenades, exploding up piece after piece after piece. It's risky work. It's done on the fly here. They have not got a lot of time to organize and plan this. This is not pure demolition science here. It's basically throwing a grenade and then running like heck to get out of the way, because there's going to be a fire or there's going to be an explosion. The thing you have to watch out most for is the secondary explosion, especially anti-artillery, anti-aircraft artillery rounds going off. So there was a lot of firing that was going off inside of this palm grove here. There was also tow missiles that were brought to bear on other Iraqi mobile units that were found more out in the open. And they were taken out. We passed by this area a short time later, and this palm grove was literally ablaze with Iraqi military hardware, and you can hear what they say, the cooking off of the other rounds that begin. So it's just part of the demolition work. They want to make sure that this equipment is not brought to bear in any way, shape, or form from the rear by anyone who might have a mindset to do so. So it was from this particular grove that they then pushed on to where we are now, which is now a much more urban landscape. It is a industrialized complex, rather large industrialized complex, in which there were thought to be a number of factories that could be involved in the illicit or illegal weapons manufacturing of the Iraqi regime. They have been going through the complex here, warehouse to warehouse, factory to factory, in a very confined, very confusing sort of layout, but they're doing it very methodically. They have met opposition. It has died down significantly now, but they were taking fire. They were moving with tanks, armored personnel carriers, and with heavy reinforcement. Anytime they received fire, they returned at least tenfold the amount of fire, and there have been Iraqi casualties, Michael.
Yes, some compelling pictures as you speak to us, Marty, of those, if you like, demolition on the run being carried out on various pieces of Iraqi hardware. As we continue to look at them, Martin, you mentioned the search through various buildings for, shall we say, illicit weapons, banned weapons, if you like. One presumes from what you're telling us they have not found anything.
Well, they have not found anything that the Marines say is significant. The Marines are not scientists. They're not weapons experts. They were told, though, that inside of this industrial complex, which has some very normal businesses around it, a cigarette manufacturing plant, a soft drink bottling plant, even a brewery, they thought that embedded amongst that mix may have been factories that were involved in other work that was not necessarily so benign. They have looked at these warehouses, say they haven't found anything significant, but again, the Marines are not the experts. Other teams will be brought in here to investigate and to try to ascertain if, in fact, there was anything wrong being done here. In the meantime, they also have to clear the buildings. They have to go building to building and root out any opposition. It's been sporadic. They have not had heavy opposition, but still it's dangerous work because of the close confines in which they maneuver. And they do it with a very carefully drawn out plan, having heavily armed units on the ground infantry, followed up with tanks, armored personnel carriers working in very close support, and then ringing the industrial complex at the same time with armor as well to make sure that no one can flee if in fact they are found and flushed out into the open. Michael.
All right, Martin Savage, as I said, compelling pictures of this demolition going on of Israeli armor. Thanks very much, Martin, as always, for your reporting. Cameraman Scott McWhinney, responsible for these pictures coming to you now. A real snapshot, as are all the reports from our embedded correspondents. We need to remind viewers that, first of all, they are reporting under certain guidelines. They're restricted to a degree in what they can tell us, so we're really just getting a snapshot of a snapshot. And the second snapshot being that this is really just a piece of a very big puzzle, of course, taking place all over Iraq, but certainly fascinating and compelling snapshots that they are. I want to go back to someone we were talking to a short time ago, James Kitfield of the National Journal. There was, of course, an attack a day or so ago on or certainly an incident involving a Russian diplomatic convoy being fired upon. James, I understand you have some more details on that, and we certainly have not had many until now. Tell us what you know.
Well, what I've been told by 5th Corps senior commanders is that there was indeed a plan to let that convoy through, that the Russians had been talking to the U.S. commanders who were basically on the outside of the city. They had the license plates as well as the roster of the diplomats who were supposed to be in the convoy, and they were planned on, checking their vehicles and make sure that no one unauthorized was in that convoy and letting it through. That was expected on Highway 10, leaving town from the west, headed towards Jordan and Syria. What I'm being told is that the Russian convoy never showed up where they expected it, and that the first they'd heard from it, it was well behind the expected checkpoints and had already apparently detoured somehow and gotten north of the city where there was some fighting going on. That's whether it was American or other fire that they ran into has not been confirmed to me, but they have confirmed that they were expecting that convoy on Highway 10 coming out of Baghdad and never saw it.
And of course, James, the information that was relayed to us initially was that U.S. forces weren't in the area, and then we heard that there was activity in the area involving U.S. forces. The Russian ambassador was saying that he believed they were fired upon by U.S. forces, and the latest out of CENTCOM, I think, was that there may have been a crossfire situation. Can you add to that at all?
Well, they showed me on the map where the dispensation of American troops are in Baghdad, and there was combat elements who were pushing north of sort of the northern sector of Baghdad from the west. And the speculation, again, it's speculation, is that the detour the Russians took might have taken them up north of Highway 10 where they were not expecting them. If that is indeed the case, then it is possible they get caught in some fighting that was going on up there. But again, it's a little bit fuzzy right now since they don't really know the route that the Russians took out of town. What they do know is they did not come out on the expected route, which was right out Highway 10 through an American checkpoint.
Right, according to the U.S., adding to some confusion there. James Kitfield trying to clear some of that up. James is with the National Journal and is with the 5th Corps, and he is south of Baghdad. I want to go back to London now. Time to get some more big picture analysis, if you like. Richard Quest, you want to take it from there?
Indeed, Michael. We're going to shift slightly because what we are seeing on the military side will be succeeded, and it looks sooner rather than later, by political questions of what happens next. And Jonathan Isle from the RUSI is eminently qualified to help us understand. President Bush is in Northern Ireland discussing the future of Iraq with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Now, we understand, Jonathan, that a key area of dispute and disagreement between the two is the role to be played by the United Nations in a post-Saddam era. That is getting ever closer.
Indeed it is, and this is why this is now the third US-British summit in as many weeks, a really quite unprecedented sequence. Basically, the American position is still misunderstood in Europe. The Americans are not against the presence of the international community or of the United Nations specifically. What they are against is the United Nations taking over as the sole arbiter of what is going to happen in Iraq. Actually, there's a very little dispute between the Americans and the British over the role of the UN. The question is the sequence.
Right, but when the US says that the planning for the post-era has already started and Gardner has been appointed as the civilian administrator, governor, call it what you will, there is a feeling that it is going to be spoils to the victors, at least in the shortfall. Not helped when Americans give American companies the contracts for rebuilding.
Indeed, the presentation of all this entire policy from Washington has not been, one has to admit, particularly good, at least as far as the Europeans were concerned. The image that was given was of a United States that is absolutely determined to rule Iraq in the near future. But I think that the British position, certainly the Prime Minister Blair's position, is slightly more nuanced. He knows that the Americans themselves do not want to get bogged down for a very long time in Iraq. He knows the Americans want to know what the general thrust of the Iraqi new administration is going to be like, and that there is a division between the political and economic administration of Iraq, which will be done by civilians, and the military one.
How important is it to Prime Minister Blair that sooner rather than later President Bush comes up with the roadmap to peace for Israel and the Palestinians, which has now been inextricably linked in this post-Saddam era?
It is absolutely crucial. It is absolutely crucial for the British Prime Minister, not so much because he wants peace in the Middle East, which of course he does, but for his own reputation, for healing the wounds in his own ruling British Labour Party in Britain, and for suggesting that the war was not simply about the removal of an individual, but actually about healing the entire Middle East.
Now, I want to turn back to the military conflict that's underway at the moment, and we're looking at pictures from Baghdad, live pictures from Baghdad, where it's just after, I think it's coming up to 11 o'clock in the morning. It has been a night of bombing, targeted bombing perhaps, but do we get the sense that we have moved into even a further phase now, that the US troops are there and are not going to be moved?
Yes, I mean, at the beginning we had opportunistic incursions and opportunistic hits at particular targets. Now we're beginning to see much more concentration on individual Iraqi government buildings that need to be destroyed, and also on insertion of troops that are simply not moving out. The aim of the war in the Iraqi capital has shifted to controlling the transport routes in order to allow heavy reinforcement to come in.
Jonathan, stay with us and help us understand what is happening. Jonathan Hale from the RUSI. Now, let's continue to talk about the reconstruction. And as we were just mentioning there, the way in which the divvy of the spoils for reconstruction is being portrayed. Some British officials are concerned that US businesses could monopolize the profits from the rebuilding of the Iraqi infrastructure when the war is over. And there will be much physical as well as political reconstruction to be done. So, our European political editor Robin Oakley now reports.
Qasr, Iraq's only deep-water port, was the first strategic objective taken in the war, becoming the crucial entry point for military supplies and aid. But Qasr also saw the first tensions between the Allies. The UK wanted an Iraqi team to run the port and had begun hiring locals. But the US Agency for International Development instead handed a $5 million contract to an American company. Next, the US Army Corps of Engineers awarded the first contract for extinguishing oil well fires to a subsidiary of the US giant Halliburton, where US Vice President Dick Cheney used to be a senior executive. Politicians and businessmen outside the US fear it's a sign of things to come. Economists say there could be $100 billion worth of rebuilding to repair an infrastructure shattered by wars and sanctions under Saddam Hussein's rule. But will anybody else get to share the spoils of war with politically well-connected US companies?
the worrying sign was the early indication that the contracts and the personnel in charge of the early implementation would be American. And if it looks as if the president's friends and the president's erstwhile business colleagues were going to get the leading contracts, then clearly that's an unacceptable outcome.
US law, unlike that in the UK, insists American-funded aid contracts must go to US firms. British companies were disappointed how few of the contracts to rebuild Kuwait went their way after the Gulf War. And now, with work in the Middle East becoming harder to find as a result of the UK's stance on Iraq, they're seeking some of the protection US companies get.
We would like to see the Treasury, Downing Street, actually matching in a small proportion some of what USAID has done, but actually saying, now we want British companies to go in and do this work. Our armed forces have sacrificed an enormous amount, and we owe it to them to see some jobs coming to this country.
The reconstruction of Iraq, after a war that has split many traditional allies, will be a massive undertaking with rich commercial rewards for some of the companies involved. British lawmakers are therefore insisting that whoever runs the show in post-conflict Iraq, those contracts must be shared out and not concentrated disproportionately on US contractors. Robin Oakley, CNN, London.
And that's our report on the current situation in Baghdad for this hour. New fighting in Baghdad and Saddam Hussein targeted in a coalition airstrike. Michael Holmes in Kuwait City and myself will be back in just a moment. This is CNN.
Will you have enough income to maintain your lifestyle?
We've done the proper planning.
Yes. Oh, a Merrill Lynch financial advisor is looking beyond 401ks and IRAs to mortgages, insurance.
Protected growth investments.
These days you have to. Are you confident with Merrill Lynch?
You bet.
Most definitely.
Introducing Total Merrill. We see your financial life in total.
Christiane Amanpour takes you inside the war in Iraq.
There are almost sort of chaotic scenes. The coalition forces do not want to fight street to street. We've got a tough job to do.
Christiane Amanpour, experience you can trust only on CNN. Alessio Vinci takes you inside the war in Iraq.
Iraqis at that checkpoint faked a surrender.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
It's in the fine print, okay? All I do is install the dish. I can't help it if people don't get as many premium channels or local stuff as they would with cable. You know, so what if the dish goes out in bad weather? Do you know how many times I wanted to tell people not to get the dish, to get cable?
What's up with him?
I just asked him what he did for a living.
Don't get the dish until you get all the facts. Check out Comcast Digital Cable first. Order Comcast Digital Cable today and ditch the dish.
Smile. Don't let your credit keep you from driving the car you need. Just call 1-800-451-8779. Don't wait. Call now. No matter what your credit history, one call puts you on the road. Divorce, bankruptcy, canceled credit cards, late payments, you can still drive the car you want. If you have a job paying at least $1,500 per month and a stable residence, call 1-800-451-8779. Get the credit you deserve and smile. Just pick up the phone and call 1-800-451-8779 now.
US Marines inside Baghdad removing pieces of Iraq's military machine as they find them. This on a very eventful day in the Iraqi capital. And welcome to CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City.
And I'm Richard Quest in London, from where we'll have analysis of the political and military developments in the conflict.
All right, Richard, see you in just a short time. First, so bring everyone up to date. For the last few hours, coalition warplanes have been crisscrossing the skies over Baghdad, apparently targeting Iraqi forces there. Iraqi government buildings are being hit as well. This is one building at the edge of a presidential palace compound in central Baghdad. It burst into flames. It is still burning. Some strikes reportedly fell on or near locations for Arab media outlets, such as an office housing Al Jazeera television, where an Al Jazeera cameraman was killed. Al Jazeera are reporting that they believe the network was deliberately targeted in the raid. And an outside camera position for Abu Dhabi television was also targeted by small arms fire. The fate of the Abu Dhabi television crew, at the moment, unknown. Well, there have been ground battles too. US Army tanks fired on at least one building from a Baghdad bridge. It is the second day that US forces have occupied sections of Iraq's capital, including a presidential palace. We're told fighting broke out Tuesday morning at a presidential compound that US troops entered on Monday. Now, in southeast Baghdad, CNN correspondent Martin Savage reports US Marines found themselves involved in a battle involving Iraqi fighters. Meanwhile, coalition commanders are investigating the results of a heavy bombardment on a Baghdad leadership target. That's what the US is calling it. That happened Monday. The building in a residential neighborhood is where they believe President Saddam Hussein and senior Iraqi officials may have been meeting at the time of the bombing. No official word on casualties, however. Sources are telling CNN the blast may have killed at least 9 people, wounded 13. Further tests will be needed to confirm whether metal drums found at an agricultural complex in central Iraq may have contained ingredients that could be used in chemical weapons. Preliminary tests have indicated the presence of nerve and blister agents. All right, joining us now for some analysis, Reem Brahimi is standing by in Amman, Jordan. She's been working the phones with her contacts inside the Iraqi capital. Reem, what have you been hearing?
Michael, a very, very sad occurrence, the death of the journalist from Al Jazeera, Tariq Ayoub, who was killed only a few hours ago. Tariq Ayoub, the sad part about this, Michael, is he had only just left Amman to go to Baghdad. He's basically been in Baghdad for maybe 3 days when this happened. And he was part of a good team of people that Al Jazeera has that we've often worked very closely with on the ground in Baghdad and in other areas. As you know, Michael, Al Jazeera operates out of a separate house on the Tigris. Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi were among the only 2 news organizations that are able to operate out of private houses in the Iraqi capital. And I understand that's where Tariq Ayoub died when their house where they work out of was hit. I know before the war they had tried to take precautions and put big signs on the roof of the buildings, both Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi, saying TV or saying Al Jazeera, just so that it could be recognized from far, for instance, by planes. Of course, for the entire journalistic community, this is very, very sad. People on the field, as you know, work very closely together, and in times of crisis, in times of war, competition tends to give way to solidarity. And I think everybody will agree that this is everybody will be affected by this loss. Now, I'm also hearing, Michael, on other issues. We've been following, of course, the bombing of the residential neighborhood, Al Mansour, by bunker-busting bombs. 4 900-kilogram bombs, I understand, were dropped in that neighborhood as part of the search for the president, potentially, is what we were told. And now I understand that there were at least 13 people wounded and 9 people killed. We'll have to review those figures when we get more, when it's better assessed. You can see the damage in that neighborhood, which is absolutely devastating. This neighborhood is a upper middle class neighborhood. It's also where a lot of the embassies have residences and embassies as well. And there are a few restaurants. It's also a neighborhood where one of the few neighborhoods in Baghdad where at the time that the U.S. Made their incursion yesterday. The U.S. forces made their incursion into the palace. Well, this was one of the few neighborhoods where there was still civilian activity, because the U.S. didn't actually cross the neighborhoods like Al Mansour to get to where they wanted to, the palace, the Al Rashid, or the information ministry. And so people would have been relatively going about their business as much as possible in times of war, but they have been running errands and trying to get organized before nightfall, when a lot of the bombing usually happens. So this, of course, comes as something totally unexpected. Maybe to put it in a picture, this is the difference between this and what's been happening so far is that so far the government buildings have been targeted and have been hit. And government buildings have often been hit at night, when presumably there weren't too many people in the buildings. This is a residential neighborhood, and it was hit during the day, in daylight hours. It's maybe the difference between hitting an area like the City of London at night, when there would be nobody, and I don't know, maybe Hyde Park or Kensington in the middle of the day, for instance. It's in London, just to give one idea. So it is. This will be a great shock for the people who live in that area, and for residents of Baghdad, who have been until now particularly concerned at street-to-street fighting, not probably expecting something like this. Michael?
Reem, yes, of course, the US saying that this was, in their view, a leadership target, and they were aiming for Saddam Hussein, or certainly senior members of the Iraqi leadership. In fact, we heard from an embedded correspondent, James Kitfield, earlier that, in fact, the intelligence was that Saddam Hussein may have been having lunch in a bunker underneath one of those buildings with perhaps one of his sons and senior officials. Reem, I want to move on to what we've been seeing in the last couple, 3 hours in Baghdad, and that is the appearance for the first time of US tanks on at least one and perhaps two bridges in the Iraqi capital. This picture came to us, we were covering it live for a lengthy period of time from Abu Dhabi's position, Abu Dhabi Television's position. I think it's the Jamhuriya Bridge, which means Republican. We've also had a report that tanks are also not in our view, but on a different bridge as well. The Sinak Bridge. Now, if that is the case and they are making these little forays, perhaps testing the defences, certainly a significant development in terms of the US push, Reem.
Oh, absolutely, Mike. This is really, now we're moving into a totally different phase of the war since yesterday and today. Yesterday maybe was something else from the previous day, when it was just a probing mission into Baghdad to see what was going on. Then yesterday the probing mission turned literally into a raid, and with the intention on the part of the U.S. troops to actually stay where they were, at the palace and in the positions that they'd taken in the central Baghdad. And now they're making their way a little further into the city of Baghdad, clearly trying again, as you're saying, testing what's around there, testing how far they can go in. Yesterday, for instance, the big question was also where were all the Republican guards, or the people that had been expected to maybe put up a bit of a fight. There was some fighting, there was some retaliation, but maybe not as much as may have been expected at one point. And so they seem to be progressing cautiously, testing the waters, as it were. They're heading, if I'm not mistaken, from the east side of the river to the western side of the river Tigris, and clearly you can see there the telecommunications building. That building was hit as well in the first couple of weeks of the war. A lot of buildings actually along that skyline have been hit, a lot of them on the border of the river Tigris, right, the government buildings, especially on the west side. That's where you have most government buildings. Again, just progressing slowly. There have been some sniper shots here and there in other areas they've been progressing toward, and there has been some measure of retaliation. And that, I think, is, again, what a lot of the people who live in Baghdad were particularly afraid of. And this is why, until yesterday morning, there were a lot of movements of population, of people moving out of the city, going north, but people moving neighborhoods to neighborhoods that they thought would be safer for them, and where they might have some family. And also you had people from the outskirts of Baghdad, having seen or heard that U.S. troops were on the outskirts at that point, moving into town. So this is bound to create quite a bit of confusion. Michael?
All right, Reem, as always, thanks. Reem Brahimi there, coming to us on the line from Amman, Jordan. And Reem, of course, pointing out too that the media lost a colleague today too, and that is Tariq Ayoub, cameraman with Al Jazeera, and well known to many members of the media, including many members of CNN in the region. Killed today, a missile strike at the Al Jazeera base, which Al Jazeera is reporting as they were targeted. That by no means is confirmed at this stage. Hopefully get some more details on that when we get the CENTCOM briefing a little later from Doha. I want to go now back to Washington, to the Pentagon. Chris Platt standing by there. Much to talk about, Chris. First of all, the targeting of the leadership target as it is. We were hearing earlier that the intelligence was that Saddam Hussein and his son may have been having lunch in the basement or the bunker of one of the buildings destroyed. Certainly US officials to have struck a target so well inside a residential area and to do so much damage in that residential area, they must believe that the intelligence was good.
I would certainly think so. Now, what we heard was not necessarily that they were having lunch, but that there was a meeting of senior leadership taking place at that location, that there was, according to what we were told, good intelligence, including human intelligence, which would indicate someone on the ground, perhaps someone from inside the regime, or perhaps special operations forces tracking the movements of certain members of the senior leadership to a location and then calling in an airstrike on that site. They obviously hit the site very hard. The coalition has said over and over again that one of their priorities is to avoid civilian casualties at all costs, and given that this was a residential neighborhood, there must have been some sort of overriding priority that made them decide to go ahead with this strike anyway. And this is we were just discussing it here before I came out to the briefing room. This is one of the types of things that is discussed in military academies, and when they're training officers, this is one of the sort of philosophical moral dilemmas of warfare. If you have the ability to decapitate the leadership of your enemy, yet it is creating a danger to civilians, how do you make a decision like that? It is a moral decision. It's a practical decision. It hopefully is a very difficult decision to make if you take into account the importance of civilian life in a situation like this. Now, once you find yourself in a situation where you're in an urban environment and all-out warfare is taking place, it is almost inevitable, it certainly always has been inevitable, that civilians find themselves in the line of fire, and no soldier, no right-headed soldier is comfortable with the idea of having civilians killed in the course of warfare. But the question becomes, if you have the ability to decapitate the regime and hopefully end the warfare sooner rather than later, then does this not in the final analysis reduce the number of civilian casualties, and for that matter reduce the number of military casualties on both sides? I mean, this is it's almost the Hiroshima-Nagasaki, clearly not on the same scale, but the Hiroshima-Nagasaki argument. If you can end the war by taking X number of lives, and that would be 1/10 the number of lives lost. If you don't take this action, then do you take the action? So that's the kind of thinking that goes into a situation like this. It was, as we understand it, solid intelligence that leadership, senior leadership, perhaps President Saddam Hussein, perhaps his sons Uday and Qusay, who are leaders of the military and the Special Security Services, the Republican Guards and the Special Security Services, do you take this opportunity while it exists in an effort to shorten the war by as many days or weeks as you possibly can, because in the final analysis, wouldn't that in fact reduce the number of casualties in the war? So that's the kind of thought process that is typically employed in situations like this. Michael?
All right, Chris, that being the thinking at the Pentagon. Thanks so much for that. I want to go back now to London, more analysis. Richard Quest, take over and give us what you can.
Yeah, there's lots there to try and get to grips with this. We try and put together the full picture of what we are seeing, and with me is Jonathan Isle of the RUSI helping us understand. Let's start, if we may. The targeting of Saddam Hussein's, where they believe, the target of opportunity, using bunker busting, to use a dreadful phrase, bombs. Very powerful, caused an enormous amount of damage in a civilian area.
Well, I think as far as the Americans were concerned, clearly there was a choice to be made there. It is obvious that as the area which the Iraqi leader can control gets narrower and narrower, we do end up in these residential areas. Let us not forget, in the first Gulf War 10 years ago, he hid for most of the time in a very modest villa in one of the suburbs of the city. So yet again, the Americans knew that that was the case. They took a calculated risk, but they also went for very high ordnance, for a very big punch, basically because they believed that regardless of the risks to civilians, which should be minimized, but regardless of them, the key interest is to decapitate the regime as quickly as possible and to avoid perhaps much bloodier battles in Baghdad.
And the fact that this took place in daylight, or relative daylight, Reem Brahimi comparing the busyness to a central London district in a sense, rather than at night when people may not have been on the streets. There will be criticism for this.
There will be, and I think that the Americans are prepared for it, but at the same time they calculate that there will be much more criticism if a lot of Allied lives and indeed civilians get killed fighting street by street in Baghdad.
Al Jazeera, who one of their correspondents, Tariq Ajoubri, has been killed this morning in another missile and bomb attack, suggesting that the network, based in a residential area, might have been targeted. Does that sound likely?
I don't think so. Let us remember earlier in the war, the Allies tried to target Iraqi television. Indeed, they've done that a number of times. They had howls of protests from around the world. Clearly, Al Jazeera is not considered as an enemy, and there would have been no attempt to do so. What we are witnessing is actually a bigger tragedy. An enormous quantity of journalists that are now embedded with troops in the field, that are everywhere, and some television networks that actually work from private houses in the Iraqi capital. Many more casualties in this war for the media than in any previous one.
Okay, Jonathan, stay with us to help us interpret the tanks that have been moving across the Tigris. Later on, we will hopefully get a chance to discuss that and what that actually means. Michael.
All right, Richard Quest there, thanks very much. Well, while British officials say they have gained control of the southern Iraqi town or city of Basra, looting is presenting them with a very different challenge. We spoke to correspondent David Bowden just a short time ago.
Speaking to you from the top of the presidential palace in Basra, hugely symbolic, of course. Taking this was taking Saddam's seat of power. And of course, militarily, the coalition forces here say that pretty much they're in control and Basra is now locked down. The big problem, of course, is not from soldiers, but from the locals, who tend to vent their anger on the old regime by going out, they're looting, they're torching establishment buildings, and that has been a real problem for the local forces here, the coalition forces, to try and get a handle on. One of the Marines commanders here said to me, the problem is we're equipped for war fighting, we're not equipped to police the area, so we're hoping that they just get on with it. After 24, 36 hours, they calm down, they vent their anger against the old regime, and it all quietens down, the looting stops, but it has been a major problem, and I think an unexpected one. I was speaking to a tank commander who said that they'd put aside 3 or 4 days to take Basra, expecting quite a fight, and they did it in as many hours. So this place really did fall like a house of cards, but of course it's a house of cards that is now burning. What they're trying to do is get the people, as I say, to police themselves, get it out of their system, and then just get on with their lives. They said that they can't go around with Challenger tanks and SA-80 assault rifles and start shooting people just because they're stealing typewriters from office blocks. What they're going to try and do is get some material up here for more traditional policing, batons, baton rounds, rubber bullets, etc., so that if they do have to start doing more formal patrols, then they can do it like that.
And we will have more live reports on the fighting in Baghdad and elsewhere after the short break, including a report from our Ryan Chilcote on those suspicious chemical substances found in Karbala.
Other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork. Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
If you were born between 1918 and 1963, call the number on your screen now to find out more about the Silver Care Plan. The average funeral now costs over $6,000. But did you know your survivors may only be able to receive government death benefits up to $300 if they qualify? The Silver Care Plan is a way to help protect your loved ones. To get free information about the plan, just call the number on your screen.
And welcome back to Kuwait City. US military officials say they are testing samples of a recently discovered material to determine if they could be weapons ingredients. US troops discovered the substances in buried barrels at an Iraqi facility in an agricultural area near Karbala. Ryan Chilcote is embedded with the 101st Airborne. Here's his report.
The barrels were behind an agricultural complex where Saturday soldiers discovered Iraqi weapons and a storeroom of what appears to be commercially available chemicals.
Don't touch the bucket at all, okay?
Monday, some of the barrels in the backyard tested positive for nerve and blister agent. Another team of experts are on the way. Their job is to determine whether this is the smoking gun and these could have been used to make chemical weapons, or whether this is something else. The test results so far are inconclusive.
This could be either some type of pesticides, because this was an agricultural compound, and the literature inside the compound talked about dealing with mosquitoes and other type of airborne vermin, and it was right along the Euphrates River, very close to the Euphrates River. But on the other hand, it could be a chemical agent, not weaponized.
The soldiers have also been investigating a military training camp down the road from the agricultural complex. Sunday morning, 13 soldiers got sick after a long day in the heat and a long night clearing the camp that had a large number of conventional weapons and Iraqi chemical protective suits and gas masks. Both the soldiers and the site were tested for chemical agents, and initial results came back mixed. Further testing, according to the 101st, indicate the presence of a chemical commonly found in pesticides. The soldiers were screened and showered, which is routine precaution, and they're all feeling fine.
Yesterday morning, some of the soldiers were nauseous, had headaches. We moved in the 63rd Chemical Company right away to assess that, and it is our belief that those soldiers were suffering from heat exhaustion and dehydration, which the symptoms can be very similar.
The next team of experts is expected to arrive Tuesday. Ryan Chilcote, CNN with the 101st Airborne near Karbala, Iraq.
Certainly very early days in that investigation, and a lot of caution being exercised as to what that may or may not be. Well, Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations was asked about the discovery. He said that any statements that there are chemical weapons in Iraq is propaganda.
We have no chemical areas. This is just a part of war propaganda of American one. We don't have that. We said that several times, and we underline it right now. We don't have chemical weapons.
Well, US troops also reported finding a large cache of conventional weapons at the same site.
An Iraqi leader known as Chemical Ali is now dead. The British commanders report that the body of General Ali Hassan al-Majid was found after a coalition raid on his home in southern Iraq over the weekend. He was allegedly responsible for ordering a string of atrocities in Iraq. Richard Blystone reports.
In the court,
Mahmoud Kabazard is sorry if Ali Hassan al-Majid is dead. Better to see him in court as a first step.
and then giving it to me, and I know what to do with him. Put him and sit on his chest and get a knife and cut from his body and give him to eat. This is my idea to do with Hassan al-Majid or Saddam Hussein.
He says al-Majid personally tortured his son Ahmed, a leader of the Kuwaiti resistance.
He burned my heart. My heart burned.
But Saddam Hussein's cousin has a special place in the hearts of all Kuwaitis. None was untouched by the 7 months of occupation under his heel. Months of looting, destruction, torture, and terror by his agents. Killing fields like this, from resistance fighters working with the Allies to small boys who painted anti-Iraqi graffiti, the penalty was death. When I'd go to the market, says Zainab Kabazard, I used to see in the trash little Kuwaiti boys with their heads chopped off. The city streets, where al-Majid's agents prowled by night, snatching people from their homes. Kuwait says more than 1,000 were murdered, thousands tortured, more than 600 missing. Many, they believe, still prisoners in Iraq. Ahmed Kabazard, whose image lives next to his father's heart, was a resistance cell leader from Kuwaiti Special Forces. One day he was taken, and 11 days later delivered to his home drenched in blood and shot dead in front of his family.
His face, I could see it now. But his body, all his nail is out. All his body was like, of course not with a cigarette, but I know with there is a machine, you know, like a drill in his body.
6 other resistance members surrounded here, fought back to the death. The house has been left as it was in their honor. Ali Hassan al-Majid in Kuwait. Gone but not forgotten. Richard Blystone, CNN, Kuwait City.
And we'll bring you more on the details and the current position in Baghdad in a moment.